Uh, Okay, and we are ready to start the Committee of the Whole for Tuesday, July 11th. I'm Councillor Pettingill, acting mayor for the month of July, so I will be chairing this meeting. I guess I'll repeat the welcome. So welcome to the Squamish Nation, unceded traditional territory, Hallan Squalin Quist Tliknamat Bla Squamish Ukmeo. And I guess I will repeat, please be advised that this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have concerns, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting. With that, I'll ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor French, Councillor Greenlaw seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And the first order of business, I will turn it over to Ms. Gunn for the Transit 2023-2024 annual operating agreement expansions and MOU with BC Transit.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Dora Gunn, a transportation planner with the District of Squamish. I had hoped to be there in person today, but unfortunately came down with a cold over the weekend. So for the benefit of everyone, I've stayed home. With us today, we also have Rob Ringma, Senior Manager of Government Relations with BC Transit, and Aaron Sparks, Senior Transit Planner, also with BC Transit. They're going to start off the presentation today, and I have a few slides at the end. Over to you, Rob.
Okay, great. Thank you, Acting Mayor Pettingill, councillors, and Mayor Herford. Glad to be here today to present to you again. As mentioned, my name is Rob Ringma. I'm joined by Aaron Sparks. Aaron is our Senior Transit Planner. We can go to the next slide, please. Today, I just want to provide a quick ridership update, talk a little bit about our annual operating agreement, which is our budget for the year. Aaron will speak to the South Squamish study, as well as transit expansion planning, and then we'll finish with discussion around the frequent transit network. And as Dora mentioned, she's got a couple slides and some recommendations post. Next slide, please. Provincially, from a ridership perspective, we're seeing about 90% ridership recovery across the province. That's relative to pre-pandemic levels in 2019. This graph actually represents specifically Squamish and Squamish conventional ridership. And you'll see that ridership kind of graphed over the last 5 years. In this graph, you'll see 2019 levels in the light blue, which was our pre-pandemic ridership. And this council's heard me speak before. That was really our benchmark post the pandemic to try to really regain that ridership levels. Because as you can see, in 2020, that sharp, that's the line in green, you see that very sharp decrease. And then positively, you see those successive increases in ridership in 2021 and 2022. You will note in 2022 that after the transit strike, we did see Squamish quickly regain the ridership in the months preceding that. And even in some months in 2022, we exceeded our 2019 kind of pre-COVID ridership. So obviously kudos to this council and staff for moving quickly along with the partners in the Sea to Sky corridor to offer some programming to help support transit ridership regains. But when you look at that top line on the left, I'm happy to report that in 2023, which is that gray line, that Squamish has been experiencing ridership that is consistently exceeding pre-COVID levels and is now averaging between 110 to 120% increases versus pre-pandemic levels. Clearly, again, those efforts to regain ridership and the efforts that this council has made to supporting transit in the district has paid off. So we're very happy to see those numbers, and Squamish is exceeding kind of the provincial average at this point. Next slide, please. So in terms of our annual operating agreement, I'm going to show 2 slides, one on the conventional transit system, one on the custom or handy-dart system. I will just go through some highlights. I will remind council that these are budgetary numbers, so we do an annual budget every year. The district is actually charged on actuals, not on budget, but we like to put this out there. We present our 3-year budget in October, and then we develop our annual operating agreement for this fiscal. So in terms of revenue, revenue has basically stayed pretty flat to a year ago. When I look at our budget, as I mentioned before, we're seeing some of those good increases. So I actually expect us to do better than the revenue numbers that we see here. That would be a positive outcome, because of course the district retains 100% of the revenue and uses those to offset the other costs of the system. In terms of lease fees are flat to a year ago. Total costs are up approximately 8% this year, notably due to an increase in fuel costs. We've seen diesel fuel, and you'll see this also on the custom side of things. We booked about a 50% increase in fuel costs, so that added about $145,000 to the total cost budget. We also had some increased labor costs in terms of $30,000 and $33,000 in shared funding to support the UMO electronic fare collection system that we'll be rolling out later this fall. The 2023-24 AOA also includes the transfer of the local transit fund from BC Transit to the District of Squamish. So that's the $626,000 that you see there. That's a combination of safe restart funding that was provided by the federal and provincial governments, combined with when BC Transit moved from billing on budget to billing on actuals. There was a bit of a surplus there. So the district has decided to receive all of the remaining funds this year, but you will be putting that into your transit provision. So when you see the net municipal share of costs, you see in the box there, it's $887,000, but the actual, because that has the $626,000 removed, when we add that back into your actual transit cost for this year will be $1.5 million. And that is an 8% increase from last year. So pretty much that 8% increase in costs translates itself down to that net municipal share of costs. And then you'll see the BC Transit share of costs. So BC Transit will pick up $1.4 million of the total costs for transit in the region. Next slide, please. So similar graph for custom transit. We have seen that we did budget an increase in revenue from about $7,000 to $10,000. That's almost a 20% increase in revenue this year. In terms of operating costs, total costs are up about 3%. We budgeted about 3% increase in costs. Again, fuel increased by about $12,000, and those UMO implementation costs will impact our cost by about $7,000. You see, again, local transit fund that will be applied. It's obviously smaller for the custom transit system. It's $33,000. And when we add that back into the $152,000, you see that your net municipal share of costs for your custom transit system, your handy-dart system, will be $185,000 for 46, which is basically flat with last year. Last year, total cost for the handy-dart system to the district was $182,000. So pretty much flat, and as mentioned on the conventional side, a bit about an 8% increase. Next slide, please. So this is where I will turn it over to Aaron, and Aaron will talk about the South Squamish study as well as some of our TIP expansion plans.
All right, thank you so much. I'm assuming everyone can hear me. I don't see any confused faces. All right, fantastic. I haven't used WebEx in a while, so my apologies. So starting off with an update on the South Squamish study. So as a reminder, this study is tied to priorities in the 2021 Transit Future Action Plan, in particular, the desire to serve oceanfront, investigate digital on-demand opportunities, as well as looking at introducing service to Squamish. We are refining the routing options, but we are going to hold off on finalizing anything for two pretty key reasons. The first is that the digital on-demand costs are still to be confirmed via the Kelowna pilot, and we want to make sure that we have all the information that we need to feed into the report that we're putting together for Squamish. And then second, and really importantly, the potential to serve Squamish requires engagement with Squamish First Nation to ensure that there is alignment and support for the proposed service design. So with those two pieces in mind, we're now targeting completion of this study for 2024. And we do acknowledge that this is obviously a delay, but we want to really make sure that we're doing our due diligence when we're putting together the final report and just making sure that there's buy-in from impacted and involved parties. Next slide, please. All right, so Switching gears a little bit and moving into tips, so expansion planning. There are 3 different options for consideration, which I will highlight. I'll summarize them here, and then I'll go into them in a little bit greater detail in the next few slides. So first, we have option 1, which would be to proceed with the expansion items identified last year, but we would just be updating them to reflect the new years. So what was previously identified for 2023-24 would be shifted to 2024-25 and so forth, really just bumping everything back a year. Option 2 would be to make larger investments in 2024-25 and 2025-26, and then a slightly smaller investment in 2026-27, essentially just combining, sort of bundling expansions together. And then option 3 would be a more consistent investment year over year. And before going into specifics, I'll just reiterate that signing an MOU for transit expansion represents a financial commitment for year 1 only. So years 2 and 3 are presented for budgeting and planning purposes. And with that, can we go to the next slide, please? So this is option 1. So these priorities mirror the memorandum of understanding that was signed last year by council. So this would be in year 1, so 2024-25, we would be looking at adding additional weekday frequency on routes 1 and 2, deviating route 3 to provide seasonal support to oceanfront for a total resource requirement of 3,800 hours and 3 medium duty vehicles, and an estimated net municipal share of $385,591. In year 2, we would look at improving weekend service on FTNs, introducing seasonal service to Alice Lake, improving service to South Squamish and oceanfront, and improving off-peak service for 6,500 hours and 1 medium duty vehicle, estimated net municipal share of about $520,000. And then in year 3, looking at introducing phase 1 of the new FTN, and the routing of that is currently being determined via our FTN corridor study, which I'll discuss in a later slide. This would be 5,000 hours and 3 heavy duty vehicles, an estimated net municipal share of $453,206. So this is option 1. Going into the next slide, please. For option 2, this would be a slightly more aggressive investment strategy. So this proposed year 1 would be everything from option 1, so the additional route 1 and 2 frequency and deviation of route 3 to serve oceanfront, as well as bumping seasonal service to Alice Lake and improved weekend service on FTNs into year 1 rather than in year 2. So again, slightly larger investment, 6,800 hours, 3 medium duty vehicles, and an estimated net municipal share of just under $580,000. Year 2 would be introducing phase 1 of the new FTN, plus the improvements to South Squamish, oceanfront, and off-peak service improvements. So again, a larger investment, 8,500 hours, 3 heavy-duty vehicles, 1 medium duty, estimated net municipal share of just under $750,000. Year 3 would be additional items from the Transit Future Action Plan, so items that weren't previously identified last year. So this would be introducing weekend service on Route 4 and starting Route 5 service a month earlier in the summer. So we would be getting that service in May instead of June when it currently begins. For a slightly smaller investment for year 3, so 14,000 hours, 14,000 hours and 1,400 hours, my apologies, and an estimated net municipal share of just under $100,000. And as noted, I think in the staff report, it's a bit more of an ambitious timeline for implementing the new FTN service, so that might be a little bit challenging to meet. So there's just that consideration with option 2, because it's a little bit more of an aggressive, ambitious timeline. Next slide, please. So this would be the third option. So again, it's the more consistent investment year over year. Year 1 would be the same as year 1, option 1. So additional route 1 and 2 frequency plus service to oceanfront, as well as improved weekend service on FTNs in year 1. So these routes are performing well on the weekends, and we think that introducing better weekend and weekday service simultaneously would help to create more consistent schedules, which generally are just easier for riders to navigate, a little bit easier for folks to get around on the weekend instead of the week, as well as the weekday. This would be 5,300 hours and 3 medium duty vehicles, estimated net municipal share of $482,339. Year 2, same as option 1, but just minus that improved weekend FTN service, because we would be implementing that a year earlier in 24-25. And then year 3 would be the same as option 1. So introducing phase 1 of the new FTN, 5,000 hours, 3 heavy-duty vehicles, and an estimated net municipal share of $453,206. So again, this third option is really just a more consistent investment year over year. And then next slide, please. I'll go into discussing the FTN corridor study. Just providing a brief update on this piece. So as a reminder, this work is being carried out by Watt Consulting with direction from the District of Squamish and BC Transit. The purpose of the study is to identify the preferred routing for the frequent route between downtown Squamish and Garibaldi Village. There was a minor delay with the project. We opted to delay things just a little bit to ensure that there was alignment between this study and the district's transportation master plan, just to make sure that the land use and population projections that are being used are consistent between the two plans. So we are now targeting September of this year for study completion. So it's a very minor delay, but just wanted to provide an update for council's knowledge. And this study focuses on the area just between downtown Squamish and Garibaldi Village, but in the future, we'll be looking at FTN service between Garibaldi Village and Highlands, as well as Garibaldi Village and Brackendale. And this was identified again in the Transit Future Action Plan as a future phases of the frequent transit network. And with that, I will turn it back to staff, I believe.
Great, thanks, Erin, and thank you. So to talk about the budget now, Rob's already covered most of the key points for the annual operating agreement, but the difference in our net municipal share from last year is $129,000. And we do have sufficient funds in our 2023 budget and proposed for the 2024 budget to cover the costs of the AOA. Next slide, please. And now to talk about the budget for the expansion options that Erin just went through. I decided to present this information slightly differently than I did in my staff report. I think the key point that I'm trying to make this time around that I didn't perhaps make well in the staff report is that with an expansion, we don't just pay for it once. We pay for an expansion in the first year, and then we continue to pay for that expansion moving forward. So looking at the chart at the top, you can see that for option 1, that is the scenario that's the same as our past TIPS MOU. We have a slightly lower investment initially, and then it quickly catches up to option 3. And option 3 is the straight line, which is an even investment year over year. And then those two compared to option 2, so option 2 in the orange, you can see that we pay more in the first 2 years, and then it's a bit of a less of an increase into that third year. So looking at the table at the bottom of this slide, if you add the amount that we pay in year 1 to the amount that we pay in year 2 to the amount that we pay in year 3, all those numbers together are the numbers presented in this table. And you can see that option 2 is more expensive than the other options over those 3 years by an amount of about $700,000. Next slide, please. I've included the recommendations here. I don't think I need to read them, but we can come back to them if we need to. And next slide. That's it for our presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I've sat in this chair for 5 years, so you think I would have figured this out, but the timing of the various budgets still confuses me. So, Ms. Gunn, in your slide, you mentioned that we actually have enough money in our current budget to cover the 2023-2024 AOA. Is that as business as usual without any of the expansions, or is that including consideration of one of the expansion models?
Yes, through the chair. So the 2023 budget we have approved. We have money in that budget for this part of the AOA because the BC Transit fiscal year is not aligned with our fiscal. So the 2023 budget we're good for. We also have money proposed in the 2024 budget for the 2024 portion of this AOA. That does not include expansions. So the expansions come to council typically as service level changes. So you'll see those separately.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And on that, so we are looking at almost doubling our municipal share over time of what we're currently paying. It's a substantial expansion. I do think it's important from my perspective, but we have previously talked about doing so in tandem with trying to find new revenue sources to help pay for the cost of doing so. In particular, the one that continues to jump out at me in the expansion options is where the the service to Alice Lake sits. And I know previously council comments have focused on, in particular, trying to drive some conversations with BC Parks to help cover the cost of that. And so I'm just curious, either from BC Transit or from staff, if those conversations have started, and or if we need to start them, especially if we're looking at a 2024 expansion to Alice Lake.
I can speak to that through the chair. So we have been in touch with BC Parks. They have implemented their roundabout to allow for transit to stop there. We have not had the conversation about funding yet. We were kind of in a holding pattern due to not receiving any funding from the province. But that if we go ahead with the MOU as proposed with option 3, or really any of the options, it probably is the right time right now to start reaching out to BC Parks.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, my other question is, how much space do we actually have right now for new vehicles given the expansions? I know there's discussions around needing additional space, and that's one of the constraints on expanding our system. And some of the options have quite a few vehicles coming online pretty early. So I'm just wondering if staff can remind me how much space we actually have to expand our number of vehicles within our transit system.
Dora, do you want me to?
Yes,
That one?
please.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Thanks for the question, Councillor Stoner, through the chair. Our current facility is maxed out for parking space. We still have some maintenance space available in terms of our maintenance bays, but we have secured, or do have an option to secure, some leased parking space very nearby our current facility. Operations has told me that we likely have over, I think it was 6 or 8 parking spots, so we could take on an additional the additional buses that for sure are in the first year, the 3 medium duty buses in the first year of the proposed expansion, and I believe we should be able to accommodate the 3-year AS. As you know, we're working on some other pieces in terms of expanding that facility, but I feel quite confident that we have the ability to find parking for those buses in order to move forward with these expansions.
Mayor Herford?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I was curious about the sort of the other investments that aren't captured here to facilitate this, and Councillor Stoner's question around the parking of and storage of the buses and for servicing and so on is a part of that. But the other piece is around the stops that don't exist on these routes, and so on. And how is that accounted for in this process?
I can speak to that through the chair. So most of these locations have stops that they need. If it's something like expansion to Alice Lake, that already has stops. Other stops can be implemented fairly low cost. So for example, the South Parks route, we were able to just put up signs. Basically, there was one small upgrade required, which happened through an existing annual operating budget. So at the moment, I'm not seeing any large costs related to stops. There are obviously costs related to the transit maintenance facility, but council is aware of those already.
Yeah, I think I was thinking mostly about as we look to that sort of frequent transit network, I believe it's called, and just how that does require a fairly sizable investment, in my opinion, on both ends, if I recall correctly. But how do those funds, as we sort of set this path, how does that piece get accounted for? Those other costs, where do they sit?
Understood. Thank you for the clarification. So along the frequent transit network, most of those stops are also okay. But at either end, it is true that there could be improvements made at what will be the 2 exchanges, so the Downtown Exchange and the Garibaldi Village Exchange. So the Downtown Exchange, we are waiting on the downtown entrance work to be completed before we can move ahead on that project. And for Garibaldi Village, we are, as part of that frequent transit network study that is underway right now, we are looking at locations. But we can't move ahead on the actual costing, really, or siting and costing of that until we know the potential location. So we are moving ahead on it, but we don't have the numbers yet.
Okay, and generally those types of investments aren't accounted for in this type of conversation, although we'll need to contemplate them as we go to implement. Is that capturing? Okay. And as I look at the options presented, thinking about actual impact to the taxpayer. And I like the BC Parks conversation. I hope that bears some fruit. But I'm also wondering what role the transit provision could play in smoothing in some of this, so that it, from an impact perspective, it can be smooth as presented, but we could implement it in a different way and have it still achieve that that smoothing. Have those discussions, or yeah, how does the transit provision play into this equation as a mechanism to help with smoothing or otherwise?
Through the chair, so yes, that has been discussed and is anticipated that we will use it in that way. We don't have the exact numbers at this point, so that would be brought forward during the budget process.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now as I contemplate that answer and what possible impact it could have. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. I was looking at the stop schedules for buses in Squamish, and I noticed that it's quite erratic, the regularity of the buses, and I would expect that irregularity negatively impacts usability and ridership. And I was just wondering if somebody could speak to which option might best improve schedule regularity.
Through the chair to Councillor Greenlaw, I'm assuming when we talk about regularity, we're talking about frequency, not like the number of
Yes,
stops.
sorry, a regular frequency. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying. So I think any of the options that focus on improving frequency, would be the best way to go about improving that regularity. And all three options have in year one improving frequency on routes 1 and 2, which are really the kind of spines of the system. Option 3 includes improved weekend service on those routes as well. So I think if we want to really prioritize improving frequency, it would be option 3, just because it kind of puts the bulk of the investment in frequency in the first year. That I think would be probably my answer for that question. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, increasing the frequency is one thing, but also, having the buses every half hour. Cause like right now it seems like it's like half an hour between buses, and then an hour and 5 minutes between buses, then an hour between buses, and then 45 minutes between buses. And it just doesn't seem like there's any actual regularity to the frequency of the buses, like to the actual stopping of the buses. And it's difficult to plan around that. And I wonder if that impacts usability. So I get that there's an increase in frequency, but will there also be an effort to make them, so that you don't have to memorize the entire day's worth of schedule, and you can just be like, this shows up, 6 minutes after the hour, every half hour kind of thing. Was that part of what we're thinking about?
Through the chair, yes. Sorry, thank you for further clarifying. Yeah, so we do in the Transit Future Action Plan have speak to sort of service standards and what sort of targeted frequency of routes that we consider to be frequent transit or local transit, like we're targeting every 15 to 30 minutes in the peaks, that kind of thing. So with increasing frequency, we are moving more in line with those service standards, which would make it more the service more regular and more reliable. And to your point, so people don't have to be carrying a rider's guide in their pocket everywhere they go, so that they make sure that they don't miss the bus.
Okay, thank you. And then this might be a little bit outside of this conversation, but I was wondering if there had been any consideration given to expanding the transit network north to like Shannon Falls and Murin. Sorry, south.
I can speak to that. So to the chair, that was discussed through the Transit Future Action Plan, which was completed during the last council term. And so the Route 5 does go as far as Shannon Falls, essentially. We did actually stop it in Shannon Falls in the first year of operation, but it was too congested and it affected the schedule too much. So we've shifted the bus to stop at Carroll Bay, right across the road. Murin was also considered. However, it was felt that the left turn heading northbound, so coming out of Murin, turning left, was too unsafe to operate a public transit service there. The turnaround is also very tight inside the parking lot there. So the decision was made not to try to service Murin. And then as far as kind of more year-round service down to Shannon Falls, I'm not 100% sure that that would be needed. It's much more of a seasonal destination, Shannon Falls. But we could look at that through the South Squamish study still.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have some questions of my own. With the new e-fares and some of the data collection and thinking of Shannon Falls and some of the more tourism destinations, are we able to tease out local riders versus visitor riders in any way?
I can speak to that. That's an interesting question, Councilor Pettingill. I do not believe at this time that we'd be able to separate between a tourist and a local rider unless we created a specific fare product for tourists on their own, which we don't currently have. And I'm not necessarily advocating for that. It makes things complicated. But yeah, the way the system is designed right now, it would be challenging to do that.
Okay, thanks. It's maybe just something to keep in the backs of our mind if there's a way to understand if we test out, for example, Alice Lake service, who are we serving with that? And it might, be useful to assess that going forward. With the change of the South study, we had originally talked about, to my recollection, making sure there was bus service to the Oceanfront Park basically from opening day to build in that habit. With the delays and so on and what we're planning, are we still on schedule for that, or are we likely to miss that? Or is there a way we can avoid missing that and have those buses there for park opening?
I can speak to that. So the park did not open this year. We also did not get funding for transit this year. That means that for both the park and the expansion, we are looking at next summer. The target date to start that route running, it would be a seasonal route similar to the Route 5. So it would run from mid-June to the Labor Day weekend. I can't speak to the exact date that the developer will have that park finished, but it should be relatively well aligned, at least for the higher use period of time.
Okay, thank you. And I see that I gather that the buses proposed, the new buses would be fossil fuel buses, and that they're leased, which makes me think there's an opportunity to change buses when electric becomes available. But is that a fair assumption that as soon as EVs are available, we can say we want the EVs and we can just switch? Or does BC Transit have some expectations that we would accept a certain lifespan out of these new buses?
Maybe I can tackle that one. Thanks again for your question. So when it comes to electrification of the fleet, probably the best step that Squamish is taking moving forward is looking at a potential new facility where we could, and I believe it's in the plans to install charging infrastructure in that facility. So that's obviously a key gateway to opening up the opportunity for the district to have availability of battery electric buses. But just to the other part of the question, BC Transit is responsible for managing our fleet of 1,200 buses across the province. So there is a very large Gantt chart organizational kind of process that's going on right now to basically look at all of our bus types. Of course, we've made the commitment not to purchase any more diesel heavy duty buses. So that classification is getting converted first. In the medium duty category, where the District of Squamish has obviously most of our fleet outside of our light duties there is not a lot of commercially viable options right now on the medium duty front. So we're hoping that as the technology improves, as manufacturing starts to ramp up, that more medium duty options will become available. To answer your question, BC Transit's managing the fleet. Squamish has a good opportunity with some facility changes to add electrification into the facility, which will provide a gateway to further opportunities to add battery electric buses into the Squamish fleet. provided with little asterisks. If we keep medium duties provided, that on the commercial end of things, we start to see more development and more availability of medium duty battery electric buses.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. As you likely know, and many parents in the audience may likely know, SD48 has been struggling to maintain consistent service for the school busing. Frequently, there's a driver unavailable, and so parents are having to find mechanisms to get their children to school. Is there any possibility when we look at expanding, particularly the frequency of routes 1 and 2, to focus on routes that would support students getting to and from school before school and after school time? And that's really a question of focusing the frequency so that we can catch the students if they need.
Through the chair, yes. So one of the things that's held us back from being able to improve the routes to school is just the lack of vehicles. So all of our vehicles that can be on the road are on the road already and allocated during peak times. But with this additional route 1 and 2 frequency expansion, there are 3 new medium duty vehicles coming along with it. So that provides us with more opportunity. And already every year we look at the school bell times and try to align the schedule as best we can, but there are some trips that we just can't make just due to the way the buses work. So this will give us a lot more opportunity to try and meet some of those bell times that we aren't currently meeting, as well as possibly improving some of the ones that we are.
Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Just one further question. This might be to finance staff. Do we have a rough estimate of what a 1% tax increase is in dollar value? So like $100,000 or $150,000 is equivalent to 1% tax increase given our current.
For the upcoming budget, it's $375,000. 1%.
Mayor Herford?
Thank you. And do we have what is the funds in the transit provision roughly? I'm just trying to understand what is possible with that smoothing concept applied to this.
I can give you a very rough estimate unless there's someone in finance who can give a better estimate. But so the number that was presented on the slide in the AOA, Rob, correct me if I'm wrong, it was about 629,000, 100,000.
626, 760.
Okay, 626. And then
626.
there was also some funds from last year that were put in there, and I believe that number was about 200,000. So add those two numbers together, and that's a very rough ballpark estimate of what's in there.
Okay, Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Just on that line of questioning, I am curious to hear staff's perspective, and I did hear you say that you're considering using some of the transit provision, but we typically have a policy that we don't use provision for operating dollars. We reserve them for capital expenditures, of which we know there are likely some forthcoming in the transit file. And so I'm just curious, staff's perspective about the risk of using that money for operating as opposed to keeping it in reserve for other forthcoming large requests.
I am not sure if I am the right person to speak to that. Great. Is there somebody else?
I can speak to that. It's Rianne on the finance team through the chair. That is the intent. So it is not the intent to use it for operating costs. It's the intent to use the provision for future expansion capital costs.
I have a couple more questions of my own. We're starting to run late, so I'll have to make sure I'm brief. And I think this gets asked every year, but I'm wondering the incremental cost on the municipal share to make it free 18 and under instead of 12 and under. Is that am I correct thinking that's in the $30,000 to $40,000 range?
Maybe I can take a stab at that one. I'd have to do a little bit of due diligence, Councillor Pettingill, to just see what we could determine in terms of the percentage of youth ridership. If you look at your conventional transit system, This year we have it booked for $311,000 in terms of revenue. So obviously a percentage 18 and under, we need to get a good idea of what our 18 and under would be as a percentage of that. But if you start to throw around some numbers like 10, 15%, if you said 10%, it'd be around 31,000. If you said it was 20%, it'd be more like 60,000. So it is important for us to try to do our due diligence in terms of looking at that. Again, our current fare system, fare structure does make it a little bit challenging. And the last point I'll make is again, all that revenue is retained 100% by the district to offset some of those other costs of transit.
Okay, thank you. And is that something, if we did want to adjust it, that has to be done as part of the annual operating agreement, or because it's not in theory changing riders or buses or anything, it's just a fare change that can be done at a different time?
Yes, the district has the final say on fares, fare structure, fare pricing. The only thing I would say right now, we're still under the Safe Restart Agreement, which is based on the dollars that were provided by the federal and provincial governments. The two stipulations were not to reduce service and not to increase fares. You're obviously talking about a decrease in fares, so I don't think that would apply to us. But ultimately, the district can decide when and how they want to adjust fares. What we're hoping to do is coming out of 2023 and into 2024, start to do our fare review process. So if you remember, prior to COVID, prior to the Safe Restart Agreements, every 3 or 4 years, we would actually present a fare review to our local government partners so they could make any adjustments or tweaks to their fare structures that they saw viable.
Okay, thanks. And I read the report about one of the costs being garbage at the sites, like containers and cleaning them out. And is that a catch-all term, or are we starting to think about diversion options like recycling or organic collection and so on at sites? And or is that something we would need to direct staff to look at and for the future years come back with the cost impacts of that?
Thank you for the question. I believe that question is probably a larger question that's not just related to bus stops, but to all public waste receptacles. And so I don't feel like I'm the right person to answer that question. It would probably be a question for Shannon White or Public Works.
Okay, thanks. I'll put that one sort of in the vault to ask later. The last one I had, there's no service on holidays, it looks like, for the custom service, the Handy Dart and so on. And I'm just, if I understood correctly, and I'm wondering if we have checked that with the accessibility committee, or if that's sort of, it's a new entity and we're starting to work through those things, or just how we're sort of understanding whether that custom service level is adequate.
Thank you for the question. So I have not discussed that particular thing with the accessibility, but I do speak with them regularly about Handy Dart. There have been some concerns about the utilization of Handy Dart, so the availability for people to use it when they need it, just due to the volume of use. And so I have initiated a conversation with BC Transit to look at that and consider when might be a good time to include an increase for Handy Dart. At that time, we could then consider whether it would make sense to use some of those hours for holiday service or not.
So that's something we would sort of change, not this year, but next year in the operating agreement, or we could move stuff around even within this year if we approved one of the options here.
I can answer that. You would not have the option to change anything around this fiscal because that would be sort of increase to holiday service would be an expansion of service. That expansion of service requires both municipal funds as well as provincial funds through BC Transit. Because we do not have those expansion funds for this fiscal, it would not be something we could do this fiscal. But to your point, and just working with Dora, what we could look at is, when we come back with an MOU, look at some potential Handy Dart expansion items as well. Those were not presented today. But I will say, just as an organization, what we continue to work with local governments on is trying to continue to align the service levels of Handy Dart with those of the conventional transit system. The American the ADA in America, that's kind of the standard, is that you provide equivalent days of service and hours of service. So we know we have some work to do, not only in Squamish, but also across the province. And we continue to work with our local government partners to also continue to look for ways to increase and improve the handy dart service within the communities.
Okay, thank you. So council, we have a staff recommendation for option 3. Councillor Stoner, question?
So I have a quick question on your follow-up about making transit free for those under 18. We did cover the cost for a long time for free transit for those under 12, and now the province is covering that cost. So I just want to make sure that that is indeed correct, that we're receiving money from the province to cover that fee. And so that may help offset our understanding of the municipal share because we're now getting more provincial money.
That, thank you for the question, Councillor Stoner, that you are getting a monthly provision from the provincial government that is included in the revenue numbers that I presented today.
So Councillor Hamilton.
I'd like to thank staff for all their work here. It's an amazingly complex thing to try to organize a transit system, yet alone figure out how to fund it. I would like to move that option 2. I believe that transit is something that our community needs. We've been delayed in our provision of transit, and I think that we should move as quickly as we can towards increasing our transit system. And so I would like to move option 2. I recognize that that will have budgetary impact and it will lead to tax increases.
Okay, we have a mover. Is there a seconder? Okay, I will second for discussion. Do you want to speak further to your motion, Councillor Hamilton? Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Through the chair, while I appreciate the enthusiasm of my colleague to move towards option 2, and I really wish I could get there with you, I think that there are a few big questions for me that I would like to explore before moving to that level of increase. One is conversations with BC Parks around securing a funding agreement for the Alice Lake component. I don't think that that should fall exclusively to municipal government and BC Transit to cover those costs, especially as we look to that being the first of multiple service provisions to provincial parks. That I think that's really important that we have that discussion first before we put it in our plan. I also think we're being relatively ambitious to think that we'll be able to get the rapid transit or the fast transit network in place for 2025. And so I think realistically, where I hope that we would get to would be to option 2, but I just don't think that we have the resources at this point to actually get us there. And I would be concerned about taxing our residents before we actually have all of our ducks in a row. The other piece that I would like to see come to fruition is our discussion around the parking utilization and paid parking downtown and how that might, whether it's downtown or Dale Bay or other locations, oceanfront, to help cover some of these costs. I agree that we need to get there, and I will reckon that it will require a tax increase, but I think to more than double the tax implications for the 2024 budget is really substantial for our community at this point. And so I'm not comfortable with option 2.
Mayor Herford?
Thank you. I'm also not in favor of this approach. I think in sort of as Councillor Stoner pointed out, in practical sense, I think we're actually option 3 might be as fast as we can practically move, and it also has the element of smoothing in these impacts. But I do appreciate the intent of the mover, and at first pass, I was that's where I started this, and but I think that I do think that option 3 is a more responsible and achievable way to move forward. And whichever option we end up on here, I sure hope the province comes with their piece, because we need to take action on this. And this has already been delayed. So I feel the angst around the table on this, and the need of the urgency to move forward, and the willingness to do so, which I think is great. But I think option 2 doesn't quite get us where we need to be in a orderly fashion. So I won't be able to support that at this point. But if option 3 comes forward, I will happily support that.
Thanks. And for myself, I was quite tempted. I don't think I'm quite there for option 2. And for some of the reasons my colleagues mentioned, I also think before we go into Alice Lake, I would like to have some way to understand who is using that service, and or some assurance from the province about their participation in funding that. And I think moving into in the first year, funding that ourselves, when I think there's still some work to do on some of our accessible services on holidays. That might be the piece I want to do first. And I am still eager to see under 18 funded. That's not in any of the options, but I think if we're going to go to a larger amount, I would want that part of the discussion. And so I'm inclined for this year anyways to go with option 3 as recommended by staff, but that may change what that looks like for me in years 2 and 3. And I understand we have some ability to do that. So I am, though, also really eager to get moving on this, and that's why I was so tempted to go with option 2. But for me, it doesn't have quite the right mix, although I might be willing to put the extra money in. So I'll leave that there for now. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this? Okay, not seeing that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Councillor French, Stoner, Herford, Mayor Herford, Councillor Pettingill, and Councillor Anderson oppose. Motion fails. Mayor Herford?
Thank you. I'll move the staff recommendation, option 3.
Councillor French seconds. Would you like to speak to it, Mayor Herford?
Yeah, thank you. I think this is the path forward for us. It's still, it is a very aggressive plan. All of the options, I'd like to recognize all of the options presented do represent an aggressive expansion of our transit service. I think this plan gives us the smooth level of increase, and gives us a bit of space to properly plan and execute some of the pieces, such as the introducing service to Alice Lake. And on that piece, there is the provincial parks coming to the plate and potentially paying for it. There's also the matter of that intersection needs to be addressed. And I think it needs to be addressed to be able to provide consistent transit service there, to be able to do a consistent, safe left-hand turn southbound out of Alice Lake Park. So I don't know how many times we've heard from, either we've experienced it, probably everybody in this room, and anyone watching this tape in future has had a close call there, or at least sat in line for a long time before they were able to come out. So as we look at providing safe service and consistent service, I think there's a piece there around that requires additional provincial investment to make that intersection safe, not only for our transit service, but as we're talking transit today, as it pertains to our transit service, so we can actually deliver that in a consistent and reliable and safe way. So lots of work to do here, and I appreciate my colleagues' push for as aggressive as possible, is how I was reading that. And I do think that option 3 here is as aggressive as we can be with some of these lurking questions, some of these questions needing to be addressed that are on the, we need a bit of breathing room to do so. So happy to support. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor French, and then Councillor Anderson.
Thanks, Chair. I'm speaking in favor of the motion, and in doing so, I want to thank Councillor Hamilton for having a go at option 2. As I was listening to Councillor Stoner and Mayor Herford, their comments in that discussion, I would have said basically the same things, And then Councillor Pettingill piled on more of what I would be saying. I didn't feel a need to speak to that option, but I'm glad that we had that discussion so that it's clear. We are, as a group, wanting to push this service as fast as we can. And having said all that, I do believe that option 3 is the best option for us at this point. I think it's the most fiscally responsible, and I think it presents the best opportunity to plan for the future.
Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I'll also speak in favor of option 3. It is the happy medium pathway forward, I feel. My colleagues have made comments regarding the Alice Lake option, and what we've heard is we need to, I feel, also need to understand better the user profile for that potential service, issues with Garibaldi or with the BC Parks participation and the safety intersection. But I'll also add that a private sector potential service provider has explored service delivery for Alice Lake and other parks to the north and found that the key issue was safety. I add this because I do feel that we should always be continuing to assess whether private sector service delivery partners are something we should consider. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. And I will be speaking in support of this motion because while I would like to see things move more aggressively, I do support any motion at all. I think that around this table, we have very difficult decisions to make, and the difficult decisions come to responsibly using taxpayer dollars. And it is very difficult when we look and say we need to increase taxes in order to move something forward faster. I think transit is a place where we should be moving taxes in order to move faster. But I'm happy to support option 3.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. I will be supporting the motion on the floor. I think it strikes a good balance of trying to move fast and increasing, in particular, the frequency of transit on our core network. I was just looking at taking the bus the other day, and it only comes every hour, and it was not feasible. And so whatever we can do to increase the frequency on those core transit networks, it's been a goal for a long time to get to 15-minute service. We're still far from that, but this gets us closer. As I mentioned in my previous comments, I think it's really critical that we start to explore other funding mechanisms for transit. While I agree that we need to move tax dollars to support this, and it's a good use of our tax dollars from my perspective, it's a huge ask to double the amount of money that we're putting towards our local transit system when we know we're also pushing for regional transit, and we also know that there's capital expenditures coming. We can't expect that to be carried by the burden of tax dollars alone in the long term. So I will be looking for every avenue possible in the coming weeks and months and years to find alternative revenue sources to help support our ongoing transit expansion objectives. And with that, I will leave my comments there. And once this comes for a call, I might have a subsequent motion to put on the floor.
Okay, I think people have mostly covered what I would have wanted to have added. I am supportive of this, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Okay, anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And Councillor Stoner?
I would like to test a motion based on your comments, Councillor Pettingill, that staff work with BC Transit to understand the costs and feasibility of making transit free for those 18 and under.
Councillor French seconds. Councillor Stoner, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I want to thank you, Councillor Pettingill, for bringing this conversation to the table today. As we mentioned in our discussion, we used to cover the cost for free transit for those 12 and under. It is now being covered by the province. One of the concerns previously about extending free transit to those under 18 was the ability to actually be able to service the potential increase in demand that would drive because we had limited buses. What I hear now is that we have more space for buses, so an opportunity to provide more free transit. And we know that if we can get especially kids and teenagers on buses sooner, it starts to create good behaviors for using transit for their entire life. And so I think that it's another opportunity for tax dollars well spent to get more folks onto transit. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. And one of the reasons I'm seconding this motion is because it's well documented that young transit users often become adult transit users. And this is definitely a great way to train folks to make different choices on how they get around this community as our transit system grows up.
Mayor Herford?
Thank you. Speaking in support of the motion, I'm curious how this could fit in with and what the appropriate time would be to align with our expansion plans. But I do think that this is absolutely the path forward, and happy to support and look forward to the outcome of this.
Yeah, and thanks. I'm also happy to support this and thank my colleague for proposing this resolution. I'm seeing more young folks out at bus stops, so I think that there is some uptake, but the more we can do, the better. And we also know there is an affordability challenge all around, and so making sure that younger folks have affordable ways to get around safely and efficiently is quite important. So hopefully there's a way we can make this work, and happy to see the numbers in the future. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So I guess next, thank you, Rob and Aaron. And oh, Ms. Gunn, did you want to add something?
Apologies. There was a second motion related to the annual operating agreement.
Yes, we were just speaking about that. The intent was that we moved both.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. And now we have Waterfront Landing South. And I apologize, I have allowed us to get a fair bit behind schedule. So if we can be efficient and direct, and maybe need to give that direction mostly to myself, that would be helpful. So I will turn over to Ms. Hamilton.
Unfortunately, I'll just need a few minutes to get this uploaded. All right. Good afternoon, Chair, Mayor, and Council. My name is Carrie Hamilton, planner for the District of Squamish, presenting to you today for our initial review, an official community plan amendment and rezoning application for Waterfront Landing South, located at 1500 Highway 99. Right. So a mixed-use development for this site was first designated in 2007 through the creation of CD40 and Waterfront Landing Neighborhood Subarea Plan. The project was never built, and a new development proposal was presented to Council in 2016. The amendment to CD40 was adopted in September of 2017, and the subarea plan for this neighborhood can be found in Schedule O of the district's official community plan. A pre-application was first submitted to staff for this project in early 2002 for early discussion and feedback. A complete application was submitted in early 2023, and both internal and external review of this project is currently underway. After building most of the north half, the rationale for revisiting the master plan for Waterfront Landing South is to address some of the challenges faced in the north half while increasing residential density on the site. Some of the key changes proposed will help to maximize landscape areas, reduce road surface, and restore ecological elements of the site. The theme of the proposal is to strengthen the connection between land, community, sky, and water. Key considerations to support this vision are summarized briefly on this slide. So the connection to land with a strengthened restoration proposal of the bluff area, increased landscape areas and open spaces that connect to the bluff edge, the connection to community by providing larger key locations for community gathering instead of smaller park amenities provided within each phase, which was one of the challenges identified in the north phase. The proposal would also increase the amount of affordable and market rental units provided overall in this project. Connect to sky with massing orientations considered to maximize solar exposure to the public areas and preserve view channels to the water and surrounding mountains. And connection to water by removing the original approved infill that was proposed on the south end of the site and instead reducing the land area to retain the natural foreshore of the site. This includes habitat restoration to connect the bluff area with the cove and includes a proposal for public water access. So a number of key changes have been proposed with this application and includes several reports and detailed attachments. To simplify, I've prepared a few slides to present some of the key topics and changes in hopes the committee will provide staff with initial comments in these key areas. So phasing for the development has changed in numbering, grouping, and sequencing. The yellow and orange image represents the approved 2017 phasing plan, while the green image to the right represents the proposed changes as part of this application. Some of the key changes include developing the site from the west instead of west-east. As a result, the waterfront development is broken up into 3 phases delivered at phase 1, 5, and 7 instead of phases 1, 2, and 4. The South Park, you can see some circles in the images as well if you want to follow along the slide. So the South Park delivered at phase 7 of 7 instead of phase 4 of 7, with the Central Strata Park delivered in phase 3. The affordable rental is delivered at phase 6 of 7, which it didn't have any deliverable required in the original approved plans. The bluff restoration delivered at phase 4 instead of phase 7. And the commercial deliverables are similar and provided in phase 1 and 3 instead of phase 1, 2, and 3.
Sorry, Ms. Hamilton, can you just go back for a second and clarify? There's 2 sets of numbers on this, the red versus the white numbers, or the red boxes.
Certainly. So the red numbers are the numbers I've put on to simplify this process of comparison, as the numbers currently don't align if you're comparing the 2017 to 2023. So I've broken them up into 7 different phases for simplification of comparison. So in 2017, the original CAC offer for the entire development site, both the north and the south site, was calculated based off of 947 market units, with a reduction offered for 55 affordable housing units. So the north site contains 284 townhouses and 195 apartment units, which are already completed or under construction. 140 units are market rental and 55 are affordable rental. The current proposal for the south site is for 860 market units, 75 market rental units, and 25 affordable rental units. This is an increase of 442 total units for the whole site and 252 for sale market units compared to the current 2017 zoning. The CAC residential density difference is proposed at an increase of 179,040 square feet. So in 2017, the CAC was similar to today's standard at $6 a square foot for critical amenities, bringing the total to $6.8 million. The project also proposed and secured several community amenities, such as 2 public parks, a new bridge over the railway, and the pedestrian bridge over the Memorandum Blind Channel. Different from today's standards, the critical amenity funding was supported to be reinvested back into the site, with $4.2 million towards affordable housing on site and $2.4 million towards the pedestrian bridge. This application is proposing to offer a similar CAC proposal, but with additional affordable and market rental housing. They are proposing to exceed the current CAC market rental target by offering 29% market rental. However, they are shy of the CAC affordable housing target by offering only 10% affordable rental housing. The proposal includes reinvesting the $1.3 million CAC cash contribution again, back into the public amenities on that site that the project will deliver. This in practice is not keeping with today's CAC policy, but is in keeping with the approved CAC deliverable just back in 2017 and reflects some of the additional costs this project has endured with an increased pedestrian bridge amenity cost increase to roughly $14 to $18 million. So the entire site will be elevated to meet flood construction levels with 1 story of parkade below the flood construction level and a 2nd story of parkade hidden behind commercial and townhouse frontages. The current south proposal is proposing all 6-story buildings with 1-story podium and 2-story townhouse edges. Heights are calculated from existing grade and will be about a height of 27 to 29 meters to support increased commercial height frontages, increased top story heights, and variation in roof forms. This relates to about a 22 meter to 25 meters height building if this calculation was taken from the ground floor. So just to give comparison. So in the 2007 sub-area plan, it was recorded that public engagement supported greater building heights and massing along the eastern edge of the site against the bluff, with the lowest buildings located along the water frontages. Water frontage development heights were supported at 2 to 4 stories, and bluff heights supported at 4 to 8 stories. In the 2017 amendment, the initial proposal was predominantly a townhouse development, and through the application process, the development was encouraged to support more density, which then resulted in 25-meter buildings supported along the bluff and along Laurelwood Road. The south site had also supported a 25-meter heights along the farthest south site, south lots along the water's edge. So this application is proposing 6-story buildings with the 5th and 6th story setbacks slightly from the water edge along the waterfront, as you can see in this image to the left. Staff have been encouraging variation of density on the site by exploring 8-story buildings along the bluff edge. See the circles kind of in green. Hopefully they'll show up. Can't see them there. Oh, they were?
They're
Animation problems. Okay, that's okay. They're coming on and off, so apologies. But they are kind of close to the bluff edge. And staff have been looking to reduce the massing along the water's edge to 4 stories. And those were red circles on this image, but kind of along the water's edge there. It's important to note that 8-story buildings require non-combustible construction and therefore increased development costs. Trade-offs would need to be considered to support increased heights along the bluff. All right. So as part of the 2017 amendment, a commercial use study was conducted to encourage more commercial space in the development. The LDA secured a total of 2,100 meters squared of commercial space in the south section. So the current south development is proposing a total of 2,118 meters squared of secured commercial space. This means residential density has increased without much commercial density increase. This commercial space represents only 2.2% of the overall density proposed for the south site, and staff are encouraging the application to explore more commercial density on the site, especially along the waterfront edge and the waterfront south park to encourage activation. And thankfully, these red circles are working this time. So the 2017 LDA secured a number of parkland areas, including a total area for public parks dedicated to the district and a total area for strata parks. The new south proposal shows a net increase of 1.45 hectares in overall parkland on the site. The reduction of individual townhouse driveways and strata lanes through increased apartment density is what has allowed the development to offer increased park space. Staff are supportive of the approach, which results in parkland net increases and environmental benefits. Water access, equipment storage, loading areas, and parking will be explored further in the waterfront south design to ensure the design will meet water recreation user needs. Staff do have some initial concerns with the loss of an outdoor play area within the South Park along the water's edge, and suggests securing more detail in the Strata Natural Park, natural play area that they've proposed to ensure play features are not just boulders and logs that are secured in the proposal. So CD40 secured parking in accordance with the general parking regulation in the zoning bylaw. Exceptions were made to reduce visitor parking requirements and ensure townhouse units had 2 spaces regardless of the bedrooms. The zone also secured a minimum of 200 on-street parking stalls and offered reductions in parking with the addition of shared vehicle spaces. The image shows where parking garages will be accessed from the street to reduce pedestrian and vehicle conflicts. Table 3 provides a comparison of the current CD40 parking regulations and the changes proposed for the new CD40 zone. Parking stalls per bedroom amounts have been proposed to decrease slightly by 0.10 to 0.25 per bedroom type, and visitor parking reduced from 0.19 to 0.1, and on-street parking reduced from 200 overall to 136. This reduction is in correlation with the loss of road space on the site as well. So the rationale for parking changes can be found in a parking study report, which is in attachment 4, and staff are generally supportive of the parking changes. However, it has been noted that staff have noted that the marine use parking has not been considered in CD40, and staff are also wanting to see consideration for sufficient public water access and marine use parking in this proposal. There are a number of technical reports for this project to review. Significant shoreline and bluff restoration is proposed for this revised south proposal, which should result in favorable environmental review, both meeting district policy and federal Department of Fisheries interests. New road widths and alignments are being proposed for this application and are still under review. And a traffic impact assessment is required for this project, and a parking study has also been requested to ensure on-street parking can be managed on the site appropriately. A comparison of the sub-area plan maps as it refers to active transportation pathways and utilities proposed can be found in attachment 2 of this report. So the OCP amendment and rezoning is supported within OCP policy through several policy objectives. In summary, the main ones being support for infill development in this particular area, and preservation and restoration of environmental habitat, clustering housing density to increase open space and parkland, adding more affordable housing to the overall project, and encouraging activated and vibrant public space. Some policy to be strengthened in this proposal would be around the need for more commercial space within this downtown location. So per policy, the application has posted to the district's development showcase, and a development sign has been posted at the site. 22 comments have been received so far, and several requests for a public information meeting. A public information meeting will be required for this application and is expected in the fall of this year to respect summer holidays. The applicant did host an initial public information meeting once the development signs were posted to address any immediate questions and concerns for the current Sea and Sky community. And district staff were in attendance at the event, and it was well attended. External referrals have been sent to for this application, including to the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure and to Squamish Nation. So staff is recommending that council receive the Waterfront Landing South rezoning and official community plan amendment report and provide feedback regarding the development phasing, community amenity contribution offer, density and commercial use, park space and parking, and that staff be directed to resolve any comments provided by council with the applicant prior to coming back for any bylaw readings. Alternatively, council can direct staff to resolve any comments provided by council and return to another committee of a whole meeting prior to consideration of readings. That concludes my presentation, and welcome council's feedback. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. And I'm just wondering, I have everyone on my screen here. If we can keep up the list of topics you're looking for feedback on the screen, that might be helpful. I will go to Councillor Anderson and then Hamilton.
Thank you. In the traffic report from Bunton Associates, section 1.3, is titled May 22nd Pre-Application Comments from District Staff. And there are a number of them here. A number of them I feel very sympathetic to, concerns such as the parking plan for the waterfront area, the overall reduction that needs to be backed up, or the proposal for a reduction, public parking for visitors, including in the marine water sport use, and finally the parkade heights needing to accommodate Squamish vehicle needs. Ms. Hamilton, I'm a little confused as to how these were addressed, or how they, because the item numbers don't correspond to, I couldn't find them. I found myself a little disoriented in reading these pre-application comments from staff and linking them to follow-up, or if you may be able to just provide some orientation as to where we're going and where we are today with those comments from staff provided to the applicant.
Through the chair, would you mind clarifying just the particular comments you have a concern with?
Happy to. A reduction, open to some reduction in visitor parking in line with the parking study and parking plan for the waterfront area. First of all, I'll give highlights. So there's a number of dense comments here. I'll move to public parking, not just for strata visitors, but for the public, should be offered underground and above ground for the Marina Park Plaza space area, loading zones needed for mail delivery, residential moves, commercial delivery, and park water sport use. Now that's quite a basket of issues there, but these are specialized parking uses. And finally, the parkade heights, and the comment from staff really addresses roof racks, trucks with lifts, and this sort of thing. I've highlighted 3 issues there. Parking plan for the waterfront area, specialized parking needs for non-strata visitors, and the parkade heights. Have these, what is the status of these observations from staff?
Thank you for that clarification. Certainly, the openness to a reduction in visitor parking was a reflection of just the loss of road, loss of road space, and as a result, the loss of the parking that was proposed along those roadways, and just acknowledging that this would result in a loss of public parking in the area, and that was to support that proposal. And then in terms of public parking for strata visitors, staff's direction has been that it is important to have visitor parking for stratas, but we also wanted to ensure that this, as this will be a destination park at Waterfront Landing South, that there was also a location for people to come from outside of our community to park at this location as well. We had a particular interest in why you saw some of the detail in the marine elements is because there is going to be a public water access at this site, and we have we are expecting that there is going to be an interest from everywhere in our town, not just in this community, to use that water access, and we want to make sure that it's thought of in this development, and parking is provided adequately and doesn't become a nuisance to the neighborhood and the existing residents there. And then Parkade Heights is a really important one here in Squamish. It's something we have recently just regulated in our zoning bylaw with a 2.3 meter minimum requirement. With a move from townhouses to an apartment dwelling, it becomes really important to ensure that we have that minimum height standard so that we can accommodate the various types of vehicles that we do see here in our town. That is one of the concerns is currently with townhouses, you have carports, so you have some extra headroom and extra space to accommodate some of the larger vehicles that might happen in our town. So we just want to ensure that there's variation in those parkades to accommodate that.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. I have another question on another matter. In going through this report, and in fact past reports concerning this development, I'm looking for a rationale for the land use proposed for what is called the Cove. What I mean by that is the Cove is not actually a water lot. it was land, it was farmed, it was part of the hayfield. And then when the mill came in, they dredged out this land to create a mill pond for their log in storage. My question is does the applicant provide a rationale in broad terms as to why they would not utilize more of this cove area as land or for more marine related infrastructure? It's a substantial area that is not a water lot, but in fact land, classified as land. Is there can you capture or offer what the applicant has in the way of a rationale or a strategy for not utilizing more of that space to deliver more amenities or in fact more density? Thank you.
So through the chair, that was the original proposal back in 2017 to infill that land and use it more for residential density. And as this project has been underway, there's several different approvals that are required. We can give approval and we have policy around infill and environmental protection, but there's also the federal requirements of Department of Fisheries, and they have come, there is infill proposed already on the Mamquem Blind Channel for the Waterfront landing site, and there have been a number of challenges with actually receiving support and approval from the Department of Fisheries because of the infill that's being proposed. And part of this proposal here is actually to offset some of the infill that's already proposed along this channel. And so keeping the existing foreshore is a supported approach in environmental habitat restoration. And what they are also proposing to do is connect an old kind of ditch at this point to the cove and actually create habitat that currently there is an impasse to support that right now. So they're actually improving and enhancing the habitat there. This has been seen as a positive to achieve support from the federal level, as well as a positive, as I've listed here, through a number of our policies for environmental protection. So it's seen as a trade-off to still support increase the residential development, but also increase environmental habitat restoration. So that's not a desire to infill there.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Stoner.
Thanks very much. So first, a couple questions. Is there a plan for the bus route? I see that Bluff Lane, I think it's called, is designed as a sort of Warner. And is that feasible to run a bus loop through, or is there a bus loop? Is there a bus plan?
Thank you. So through the chair, the current plan right now with Waterfront Landing is for the bus route to run down Laurelwood Road and connect through to the future Pemberton Bridge, so connection to Pemberton. At this time, it's not proposed to run through the site. As part of this application, we do send referrals out to BC Transit, and they have come back with some questions around if there should be a route that comes internally. At this time, the Bluff Lane would not be an appropriate place for that, but it would be looked at if there is a through Channel Road or Coho Road to see if there's a route through there. And we are ensuring that the cross sections, if that is a future intention, that the cross sections will support BC Transit, but the Bluff Road would not have a cross section to support that use.
Thanks. I see the public access to that south waterfront space. If we've got reduced parking happening, public transit into that area is going to be critical if we want it to be a usable and used public space. My second question is about lift stations. I noticed there were 2 lift stations on the new proposal, whereas on the original proposal, there was only 1 lift station. Is there a long-term cost to this? And I know that I'm probably particularly sensitive to the cost of lift stations, considering the shock we got, was it 2 weeks ago? If we look at the Queensway lift station, that the expense of that lift station amortized over 50 years is $100,000 per year, roughly, to our taxpayers. So how much of these taxpayers' utilities costs are going to a lift station? I acknowledge that it's probably a much smaller one.
So through the chair, thank you for that concern, Councillor Hamilton. At this time, we are still reviewing the application and don't have final comment to provide at this time around if there will be increased cost with this additional lift station, but can ensure that we're providing comment on that in the future presentations to council.
And I think if I can just, this is more of a general comment. When I'm looking at proposals coming for development, one of the things I'm struggling to understand are the long-term costs that are going to be, the long-term liabilities that are going to be put onto the municipality for the various development options. And I hope that if we can develop any kind of mechanism or framework to be able to project those long-term costs when we're deciding on which development options are viable, that would be appreciated.
Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Through the chair, picking up on Councillor Anderson's question on the staff remarks about parking, appreciate the detailed response. I think the question that I heard was, has the proponent addressed those issues or not? And if not, then when does that happen?
Through the chair, thanks for clarifying that. And I would say that they have addressed some of them, not all of them. I believe one of them that I highlighted here in the presentation today was just the marine parking use. We haven't really addressed that yet. And we do plan on ensuring that we are addressing that prior to moving this forward. So at this time, you know, this package was pretty comprehensive, and we just wanted to come into council to get an initial review. We do expect there will be some changes to that application and more comments from staff around that.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then I did notice in one of the attachments with a lot of the detail, it says there's a note that there's a further parking reduction being requested for building 5C, which is the rental building. And I didn't see that reflected in any of the calculations. So I just wanted to clarify if we knew if there was a different parking standard being provided for the market rental and or affordable rental at this point.
Through the chair, not something that I was detailed or made aware of yet, but there could be something if you've seen that in the proposal, yes.
Yeah, I'll pull up the language, but it's just something to double check with the proponent. And then I just want to wrap my head around the CAC proposal and what had been provided in 2017. So as I read this, it says that the cash in lieu of critical amenities was allowed to be reinvested on site, in particular 4.2 million to affordable housing. But we also secured 55 units of affordable housing. So was it 55 units plus 4.2 million, or were they allowed to use that 4.2 million to offset the cost of building affordable housing?
Through the chair, correct. You have it correct, where it is 4.2 million plus the 55 units, but they use that 4.2 million to create the 55 units. Is that clear?
That is clear.
Okay.
It just seems like that's a workaround of the previous policy, and I don't think that would stand for today in my perspective. So the proposal to reinvest the critical amenity cash in lieu into the project, I would like to see that detailed out in terms of what is that cash value and how is it going to actually be applied. If it is going to be on site, to what specifically? I personally would not support it being used to offset the cost of affordable housing building. And we can talk about that at a later date. I'm getting into comments, sorry. I will hold on that. My one other question was around the calculations for the bicycle parking, and just a flag on that one that as I read it, I think that there is a mistake in the table provided in page 58 of the application package. It says that 2,580 stalls will be required, which seems substantive. I know that we've recently updated our parking requirements for bike stalls, but I think it's just two units per stall. And so that seems higher than what it actually needs to be. So I just wanted to flag that for staff. Thanks.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Hamilton.
Through the chair, I just wanted to quickly clarify, now that I have this on the slide, that the total cash contribution per the policy is 1,342,800 per this calculation of the additional residential square footage they're proposing. And so the number that they currently don't have that 1.3 allocated to anything specifically. They are just proposing to reinvest that amount back into the project.
Okay, Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm taking a look at some of the discussion around parking and car share and wondering what is meant by no proposal. In the shared vehicle portion of table 3 of the staff report. So just quoting from there, site has maximized shared vehicle allowance in accordance with professional car share organization and site density. So is this telling us that car share companies won't locate vehicles in this neighborhood? Could you just talk a little bit more about that?
Certainly, through the chair. So we have been working with the professional car share provider that we have here in town, which is Moto. And as part of the North application, this car sharing option was used several times to reduce parking. And as a result, a number of car shares are proposed in the North section. And Moto does have a kind of a cap as per how many vehicles will support the densities that are in a particular vicinity of those cars. And they have informed us that we have exceeded that amount currently in the North section. We will be certainly working with them to because we have those stalls available. We don't have all the cars available, but we will increase those amount of vehicles, and we could look at locating a vehicle in the south portion in a district roadway in the future. But at this time, it's not proposed to use it as an incentive to reduce parking in this project.
Okay, thank you for that. So that has me wondering if once this neighborhood is either at build out or approaching, and the uptake for car share, let's say, is significant, and there's sufficient demand, we could go back and look at and reevaluate this.
Through the chair, yeah. So we have the ability to add stalls on our road if we wanted to. But at this time, the direction has been that the population proposed in this area, that there is sufficient amount of vehicles already dedicated, and in future dedication, there's no car share currently operating. It's coming with 3 B and C, that the apartment buildings that are currently being built. But once there is a plan for once all of the deliverables of the North phase are established, they don't need any more right now for the density proposed.
Very good. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I realized I forgot a question, which was around building heights. So appreciate staff's commentary on trying to get a more varied form of building massing. And you mentioned that in the original 2017 zoning, we allowed for up to 8 stories, and that there are some challenges that come with the cost of construction once you go above 6. I'm curious if we've entertained or had any discussions around increasing to 12 stories, or if you can relate this to any of the heights of the buildings that are approved for oceanfront, as we talk about maybe looking at a higher height to try and help offset the cost of the non-combustible materials.
I could answer this question through the chair. So one of the main, we do have some property zoned on the oceanfront for higher than 8 stories, but it is a condition that our fire protection service has to be up to being able to service high-rise buildings, essentially. So anything over 8 stories kicks the classification of the building into a high-rise building. And yeah, that is not where we are today. And we're, I guess to say, nowhere near being able to have that capacity in our fire protection service. So I don't, even if we zone for it, there would have to be that stipulation. And, you know, we're talking about probably quite a long period of time before we get to the level where we could approve buildings at that height. So 8 stories is sort of the natural limit right now that we can't go over.
Thank you for reminding me about that, and appreciate that there's a timeline here. From my understanding, the build out of this project is likely a 10-year horizon. And similarly with Pollywood is approved on oceanfront. And so I'm just curious if it's worth kind of thinking about what that timeline might be, especially relative to the oceanfront build out. If especially some of the later phase buildings don't come for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, will we be there? It's a question.
It's something that we can take away and discuss with our fire department to see how the resourcing of the department looks like long term.
And I just wanted to add that if you look at the phasing plan, a lot of the bluff areas are actually those initial phases. So that's also potentially a comment that you want to add in to the phasing plan as well.
Okay, I'll go to Mayor Herford, then myself, and then back to Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I was wondering the marine use parking, I think is quite important. I think this is going to be a destination for our community, and we've heard from our community that they're hungry for water access, and justifiably so. It's been really challenging. I was just curious what staff's sort of starting point for parking stalls to facilitate that would be, or configuration. I see people wanting water access arriving with things that float on top of their vehicles, and challenges with accommodating that underground. And I'm just sort of wondering what are we talking about, or what's the starting point for that discussion? I do think it's an important discussion, and I make sure that it happens. But can you speak to that in general sense?
Yeah, so through the chair, we've been really fortunate in our timing with this, is that we did just complete a marine use access study and we do have Sarah McJanet as the lead on that, who has been providing us comment on this particular application, and will continue to provide us direction with all the extensive public engagement and feedback she's received throughout that project. And that will hopefully help us inform, a direction to give to this applicant around that piece.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's critical, and I'm frankly having a hard time scoring the on-street parking availability and so on without that piece specifically looked at, because I think that will use the water users will use, if not designated area provided for them, will take up that on-street parking. I think there's a big demand for it. So I'm having a hard time evaluating the rest of the parking in that area without that particular piece being addressed in its own way. And I get that there could be some overflow if whatever is provided specifically for that use is full, but makes it really challenging to look at the rest of the on-street and the on-street in particular. And I suppose the knock-on effect on-street parking from these other changes we're looking at. And so
maybe through the chair, if I can clarify that there is some proposal and thought right now in this presentation or in this project around the marine or the water use. And so along the road that would be fronting and accessing the Waterfront South Park, they have proposed angled parking at that time in this location. That's to maximize the amount of parking on this particular roadway. And the intention is to designate or have signage and detailed for 15-minute use, or making sure that there's a loading area in there. They have put thought into having roundabouts in some of the ends of these roads in order to support kind of movement, not always through the site, but you can kind of turn around easily. So at this time, I think they've proposed, some things in this proposal, but that detail on signage is beyond kind of what we would be looking for at an OCP rezoning level. We'll probably want to have some wording and some minimums written into an LDA or into the zone to support that. But at this time, at this initial phase, that detail is maybe not as applicable to the larger project.
Okay, thank you. On the parking piece, I see the general rationale going through it. I do have challenges with the that 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom townhouse in particular. I think the apartments make sense, but I think that 2-bedroom townhouse going to 1.65 spaces per unit, I think is challenging, and I prefer the two space per unit, particularly for that form. I wondered about marine access during construction. So when I look at this phasing, there will be a stretch of time where it feels like there's opportunity to have some form of interim access during construction to help with our marine access challenges that are, as you rightly highlighted, are well documented at this point. And is that something that that has been discussed or could be brought into this conversation, so we have some more immediate, rather than waiting for the final solution or the final form to have that access? Is this something that you think could be pulled forward in some way, given that the actual in-water infrastructure pieces float and potentially are movable and into different configurations throughout? Because I won't go into rationale. I'll just ask the question.
Certainly, through the chair, we will look into it with the applicant.
Thank you. It feels like there's opportunity there. The phasing itself, just sort of the self-contained phasing, makes some sense to me. But in the broader context of this area, I'm wondering how, trying to get my head around the timeline. So it takes a long time to execute these things, as we all know. But we have the Laurelwood Bridge in particular. I think if this was to be completed without that, would be problematic. And given that the higher density pieces are first, where does that sit in the timelines? And is that a piece that needs addressing, or are things just sort of lining up with the natural flow, which rarely happens? So
Through the chair, that's definitely something staff have addressed, and I actually included it in the report that it might be a consideration around our budget for that bridge and the timeline that is currently looked at. It's something that will be informed through the traffic impact assessment and will be reviewed through engineering and that review of that report. And we can provide maybe better, if there will be an impact to that timeline, we can provide more direction on that through further readings.
thank you. I would find that really helpful. I look at this, the proximity to downtowns highlighted in the parking report, and having a compact walkable community is great. And that bridge, the pedestrian bridge, will be a great addition to the community overall. But I think that as we're looking at these parking reductions and so on, that functional transit is really, really important. And Laurelwood Bridge is what gets us that. I don't necessarily think that the municipality needs to bear the load of accelerating that. But to me, these things are related. If we're looking at parking, transit, Laurelwood Bridge, these things all click together, and I think are really important to ensuring that there isn't a very uncomfortable time for the people that end up living here before that gets executed, as we have currently a small a node of people with one access in and out. And I think that there's good examples throughout our community why we would like to avoid this happening for extended periods of time. So I think that's really important and ties into the parking considerations that were being presented. So I'd appreciate some more work in that area. And I'll just finish on the commercial density. I think is shockingly low. And I'd like to see that increased. I don't know what the right number is percentage wise, but we have seen quite an increase in density there without really any increase in the commercial space. So, and that density represents customers and residents that would need services, as well as the beautiful park amenities will also draw people across the pedestrian bridge. So I do think that there's opportunities there, and I would like to see a higher number and a growth, an increase in square footage, not losing a floor off a building and calling it not losing a floor of residential and calling that an increase in an employment space if we're measuring it by percentage. I would like to see a net increase of the square footage of employment on in this phase or this section of the site. Thank you.
Okay, so I will go to myself and Councillor Hamilton, then we'll do clockwise from Councillor Anderson comments. So start thinking of your comments. I'll skip Mayor Herford because he already had his. Jump the queue. So just clarifying the roads, Laurelwood is a district road, but the other roads, are they district roads or more to the point? Are we able to mandate paid parking or those sorts of changes in the future on the other roads other than Laurelwood in the site?
Yes, through the chair, there will be another public road, which will be along the waterfront landing or the waterfront section. They are proposing right now that the bluff lane is strata and that the access from right off Channel Road would be strata as well. But Coho, the current road off of Laurelwood is district owned, and we currently do own some road already in the north phase. And the proposal is to add a bit more into this proposal, and it's currently being reviewed in terms of ownership at this time.
Okay, and in terms of parking management and so on, that would only apply, we'd only be able to apply that to the district-owned roads and not the strata roads?
Correct. We would manage that section, but we also could stipulate, where parking spaces are or how they should be managed in an LDA as well for the site.
Okay, thank you. And then I'm wondering, is this something we could mandate, or is the province already doing this in terms of prohibiting strata rules that prohibit rentals? So just ensuring that if there are owned stratas, they could be rented. Is that something that we can enforce or that the province is doing anyways?
It's, I think, best to rely on the province. I think we could do this in some form of covenant, but we haven't had to do this yet. And I think, yeah, it's best for the province to do this work, which they already are moving forward to.
Okay, thanks. So Councillor Hamilton, then we'll go for a round of comments.
Thanks very much. Would you mind just going through the phasing again and reminding us when the various CAC proposals are coming in the different phases? I know that might be difficult because from my perspective, that's one of the critical pieces that we need to decide on phasing. We know that on this development, there's been conflict, there's been challenge on the delivery of the pedestrian bridge, and that has caused challenge to the existing residents.
So through the chair, at first I thought that was a complicated question, but I think I can easily answer it. So if I can show you the screen again, share it. Here we go. Okay. So, yes. Don't know why this is not. There we go. Okay, so the phasing that has the affordable housing in it is this one here. So it's technically, as I've highlighted, it's kind of phase 6 of 7. So the affordable housing and the market rental would be coming at that phase. And then to talk about it's not currently a CAC, but we'll call it an amenity in itself because it's the South Park. That is being proposed to come in phase 7 of 7. There is also the Bluff, which we, from environmental side, is considered an important asset as well. And it's actually moving up in terms of the phasing. So it was proposed at one of the last phases in the 2017 plan, but it's now being proposed in phase 4 of 7 in this proposal. And then that kind of covers all of them. In terms of the cash contribution amenity, typically we receive that at rezoning at adoption. So yeah. Is that helpful?
A further question, is there, it's the affordable housing piece that's sort of looks to me more connected to the north end. Is there a structural reason or a construction reason why they've put that at 6 of 7, or is that simply so that they can have more financing available through the sale of the earlier phases?
So through the chair, there's a few things to note. Like this site currently is where the sales center is, and is currently already a dog park amenity right now for them. They are proposing to put the affordable and rental building as one, and that's for financial purposes and economics of how to put that building together. But in terms of actually delivering it at a certain phase, it might be partly because of the location that it's in, because of the show home that's already there. Potentially that building itself could be located somewhere else, and that would alleviate that concern. But at this time, that's kind of the logistics of that. And I do know that there is a economic interest in ensuring that it's all in one building.
And we haven't discussed at all in terms of phasing, no discussion of the north phasing. Is it fair to assume that all of the amenities in the north must be delivered before the south begins? Is that true?
Correct. That's currently what we're operating off of. Yeah.
Thanks very much. And one more question on the Laurelwood Bridge. Mayor Herford asked about the timing, and I know that that's challenging. But are there any additional commitments or any additional commitments from the proponent to ensure that that Laurelwood Bridge gets completed? I see that as a critical piece to allow increased density on the site.
So through the chair, the bridge was never proposed as an amenity in the 2017 proposal. And at this point, we don't have any additional amenity or addition to that bridge as part of this proposal. The bridge is to be funded through development cost charges at this time.
Just to add to Ms. Hamilton, the more units here, the more DCCs. And so there's a likely potential that there will be more funding for the bridge, but towards the later parts of this proposal, as there be more units essentially, and more units paying development cost charges towards the construction of the bridge. And then really quickly, while we're talking to Councillor Hamilton, we heard from Dave Mera, who's our Director of Major Projects, who's working on the infrastructure side of Waterfront Landing, that the 2 lift stations are already built and in operation on the overall site. So there will be no additional lift stations anticipated at this time.
Okay, thank you. So starting from Councillor Anderson, we are well into our lunch, so we can keep our comments brief, and we will need some fuel for the afternoon. I wonder if we can get the 5 topics up on the overhead just while people are going through to focus their comments. So Councillor Anderson, do you want to start?
Thank you. I'm going to skip the development phasing as the comments I may have made have already been offered by my colleagues. And moving on to the community amenity contribution, I note staff, to quote from the report, the CAC affordable housing target is shy by 5%. Presumably, I would hope that we continue to press this matter. see what we can may be able to achieve. But I'm going to go to the public amenities. There's reinvesting the CAC cash contributions back into public amenities on the site. Now, amenities that I'm going to focus on, well, it may strictly be, I would like to focus on the public art and cultural expression interpretive plans for the site here. To quote from the proponent's report, multiple interpretive elements are provided throughout the site. Presumably this is some of these CAC elements. There is a discussion of cultural expression, opportunities for engagement and cultural expression woven in the design of the park. Will offer members of all communities a space to come together to reflect, interact with, and develop deeper relations with the site's history and host nation. There is an entire section here, 1.6, on commitment to Indigenous values, a number of interesting proposals. However, this site was for 40 years an important employer in this community. 2 generations of families were employed at this mill. In any given year, between 200 and over 300 persons were employed at that plant, including almost the entire South Asian community here in Squamish is tied to the history of that mill. And I find it noteworthy. I mean, if somebody were to come into the room or to read these reports, they might assume the District of Squamish has a policy to exclude all heritage or cultural expression that is not related to First Nations. And I find this disappointing and a real concern. Our South Asian community is a very large part of our demographic here in Squamish, and I know that they feel very strongly about the ties their family has to the sawmilling industry and to that site. So I would suggest that a more broader approach may be taken towards public art and cultural expression on the site, and to note its history. It also has an agricultural history. There are issues of, I'll use the term authenticity here. And authenticity, as is addressed in our DPA 3 guidelines and in broader OCP and arts, cultural, and heritage strategy goals. In saying this, I am very active in Squamish Nation heritage projects and issues, and I'm entirely sympathetic to the goals put forward here. I just find them a little bit exclusive of other culture and other heritage of the community. There is also a heritage structure on the site, a former shop building with very valuable heavy timbers and a large quantity of high quality structural, it's 2x6s mainly. There is truckload after truckload just in that one building alone. It's a broad observation, and it's not specific to the proposal in front of us here, but we need to address our policies as to the recycling and avoiding these materials going into the landfill. I will note that the site owners have been very accommodating already in addressing salvage of heritage materials on another building, which unfortunately could not be saved. Moving on then to density and commercial use. So this site has been sacrificed as a huge economic asset for the community, a rare waterfront site, road, rail, and water access. So in my opinion, we need to max out on how we treat this site for housing density. And so I'm in favor of the enhanced density proposals here. And I'm encouraged to see staff suggesting exploring 8-story buildings. I do note the previous conversation regarding fire protection services. Now, this is a site with some seismic hazards. It's a potential liquefaction risk here in case of an earthquake. And for that reason also, we should be considering wood construction, and in particular mass timber, which is a non-combustible building form. We are a wood-first community. A resolution passed such years ago. We have this addressed in our climate CCAP and in our embodied carbon emissions report recently produced last winter. We also have a height bonus incentive for use of mass timber. So I really do strongly consider we should encourage this with the architects of the proposal. Moving on to the park and space, and I'll try to hurry up, Chair. so I see that there's a lot that's going to be explored further, and we visited this already in our conversation today regarding the Waterfront South Park design. I'll quote, making the South Park an anchor for recreational water sports within the community. I think we have a ways to go. I think what is being offered and envisioned here is rather minimal, and we should be concerned that it should be facilities that are open and available and intended for the use of the entire community, not just the local residents of Sea and Sky. And on that note, some years ago, the current proposal made a suggestion, which was accepted by the second to last council, that waterfront recreation infrastructure and marine light canoe making and building light industry should be put elsewhere on somebody else's private property. I think we need to ensure that we're talking about community needs here and the whole context, and hopefully that's what the marine access study will address. We need to be careful that one private owner is not going to push these amenities to another private owner without proper consultation and a holistic plan. The marine use parking has been already addressed. I'm quite concerned that the visitor parking, in fact, is only identified for Building A, which is a few steps away from the waterfront there. Moving on then to parking, I support all of the May 22nd pre-application meeting comments made by staff as recorded in the Bunt and Associates report before us. There's reference to the SFU University and the Vancouver apartment parking study. And I believe we should be careful, and we've discussed this in the last council term with respect to this project, about over-interpreting the relevance of very urban center standards for Squamish. University has a very different employment attributes than we do here. And I think we should be careful about this. I believe we're still learning about market rental housing demand, and probably no doubt Vancouver is too. So the proximity to employment, these are one of the things that need to be considered. Finally, the 2017 downtown parking study is cited as saying it identified no major parking demand. Well, I think that's a very controversial topic, an ongoing one. We're still learning, we're still making observations, and so is the public. So I would be careful about accepting that interpretation of that now 6-year-old study. I'll wrap up, Chair. I think that I'm done, and thank you for indulging me.
Okay, that was quite a long 3 minutes. So maybe we can try and keep to shorter versions of 3 minutes. Councillor Greenlaw.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were going the other way. I have similar concerns and comments to some of my colleagues. I'm eager to see the completion of the Laurel Bridge, as most people have discussed, and the previously designated CACs for the north portion of the project. Ideally, the affordable rentals are expedited and not left so late in the development. I'd also like to see a more detailed assessment of the public marine parking, as it does strike me as well as insufficient. I'd like to see this as a usable space for the public and not just the community members in Sea and Sky. I'm not in favor of the decreased parking spaces for the 2 and 3 bedroom units. I am in favor of an increase to the commercial space, ideally without impacting housing. I appreciate the increase in park space, especially in light that it is coming as a result of increased density and efficiency in housing to allow for more usable green space. I'd prefer to see the CACs expedited and not phased so late in the development, as they're already behind on other deliverables to the community. I would also like to echo some of Councillor Anderson's comments about marine sport access and the importance of that to our community. Thanks.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. Regarding phasing, as I said before, I'd like to see the CACs moved as far forward in the phasing as possible, particularly those affordable units coming in phase 6 of 7. If there's any way to facilitate moving those earlier, that would be appreciated. The CAC absolutely must come to the current standard. I don't see any reason why holding to our 2017 standard is viable, and the cost increase of that pedestrian bridge is not, that cost does not offset existing CACs or CACs that we expect to be delivered for this increased density. Density in commercial space, I'm definitely in favor of increased density, and I thank the proponent for bringing in a proposal with increased density in this area. I think that the Laurelwood Bridge is a very important piece of facilitating this increased density, and I'd like to see the proponent come forward with some mechanism to work towards getting that bridge delivered faster. While I understand that it's not a CAC in our current system, I do believe it's development's responsibility to put in roadways that allow access to their development in a meaningful way. Regarding commercial, I think that increasing the commercial space, particularly on the south waterfront, is an important part of the recipe that will create a waterfront that is intentionally, invitingly, and clearly public. If you are walking down a waterfront in front of somebody's house, that is not invitingly public. Whereas if you're walking on a waterfront in front of commercial space, it is invitingly public. To me, it is critical that that South Park space is invitingly public. I am encouraged. I like the move towards larger, perhaps fewer, but larger park spaces. Very encouraged by the increased, by the bluff restoration. Regarding parking, I am not as concerned as with the number of parking stalls available per resident, but I'm concerned about our access, the public's access to that South Park area, and that speaks both to bus transit and to parking availability, public parking availability. Thanks.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. So I'll start with development phasing. I, for the most part, like what I see in what we've seen so far around phasing, recognizing that generally there is no good phasing. Somebody's inconvenienced somewhere along the line. And I'll add to this that this goes almost without saying for anybody that sits in these chairs, CACs ASAP. As reasonably practical to bring those community amenity contributions as early as possible in the project is always what I like to see. Community amenity contribution, the actual offer, I would like to see us push for a bit more below market housing. I think the word shy is completely appropriate in that context. And I was inspired today by Councillor Anderson's words about the Southeast Asian history on this site. It hadn't really occurred to me that is something we should push for. And I do agree with the Councillor Anderson that that's a great idea. And one way to potentially make that happen easily could be through public art. Density and commercial use, quoting from the staff report, increased density to the site may require an expedited timeline for the district-led Pemberton Bridge funding and construction. I really think that should read will require, not may, an expedited timeline. And transit service to this neighborhood, I think, is really important. And then Councillor Hamilton introduced a new phrase to me today, invitingly public. I love that phrase, and I think it's totally fitting for this project. And I think that that notion of invitingly public is a little bit lost in what we see in front of us now. I'm a yes to at least, or as a minimum, 2.2% commercial space. I think the word shy also applies to the proposed amount of commercial space. Parking space, I'm fine with everything I see there, or park space rather. And then the final item, parking, okay there as long as adequate transit service is provided to this neighborhood. And I'm with Mayor Herford on the 3 bedrooms should equate to 2 parking spots.
Okay, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. I'll start with the community amenity contribution offer. I think that this is not supportable for me at this perspective, at this point in time. 10% for affordable housing units does not meet our current, granted it's a draft policy, but where we're anticipating developers to come in. So either more affordable housing units and or a conversation about dedicating some of those units to the Affordable Housing Society. That ties into the development phasing. We just had to amend an LDA that contained both affordable housing units and market rental because CMHC wouldn't actually fund it. And so I don't see why some of the affordable housing units can't be in some of the other areas. And then you could still push the market rental to phase 6. And I think that that would be reasonable. But I would like to see those affordable housing units come in earlier in the phasing. Otherwise, I think the development phasing plan is reasonable. To me, as I mentioned in my questions, I am supportive of variation in heights and massing and an increase in even the potential number of stories in consideration. Appreciate Councillor Anderson's comments about mass timber building. And that comes at a cost, though, currently. And so if we do need to consider something slightly higher, appreciate staff having that conversation with our fire department on the feasibility of that and the timing thereof. Well, I appreciate my council colleagues' comments around increasing the commercial use. I do agree that 2% is relatively low. And I think that activating that walkway is beneficial for everybody. I also think that it's relatively low value employment lands. And so if there's a way to discuss this with a developer where it actually talks about making sure that that commercial space is activated or provided at a below market rate for some of our arts requirements and the arts and culture heritage, then that's a piece for me that I'd be actually willing to give a little bit on the percentage of commercial space, ensuring that it's actually going to result in community activated spaces. And then with regards to the park space, I am supportive of the direction that it's going. Agree with staff's comments about getting a little bit of additional detail on the play structure, and then as well as watercraft storage for the kayak or non-motorized vessel launch space, because I think that's a big piece of what we often have in terms of the parking and the drop-off zones. If you have somewhere where you can store kayaks or stand-up paddle boards there, then people can take the bus or ride their bike, and it's not that big of a deal. With regards to parking, I am fine with the proposed parking allowances. This is where there's a real tension. When we start to ask for more density and we start to ask for more commercial spaces, it's actually really hard to build these parking spaces. And so I would rather focus on making sure that we have active transportation options, as well as increasing the visitor parking, but only if we're actually able to secure a way to put paid parking on street. I think that that needs to be upfront with the new development, that doesn't just come in over time, that sooner rather than later we're putting paid parking down there so people know that that's the behavior expectation from the beginning. Thanks.
Mayor Herford, did you have any pieces you needed to add?
I've been enjoying the comments around the table, and I haven't heard anything that I'm not interested in. So I'll just add to on the phasing piece. I do think that there's opportunities to have affordable housing arrive earlier, but not entirely in the form as proposed. So a few units in one of those apartments. Like, there's ways to increase this that will increase the percentage overall of affordable housing, but also move it up in the phasing. So it accomplishes two things. And that interim water access is really what I'm driving at is getting the benefit to the community as early as practical. And if the complete build out of the park is not practical, I get that. But is there a way to pull that forward? And I think that's I hear some energy around the table wanting to go early. So is there a way to do sort of an interim solution that respects the sort of the demands of doing that full build out and the expense and the practical considerations of construction? So, and I did make a bunch of comments earlier, as Acting Mayor Pettingill pointed out. So I will leave those stand at this point. And thank you.
Great, thanks. And for my own development phasing, I'm worried about the employment going in the last phase. It's similar to making sure that people get used to using transit to the oceanfront. I think in my mind, I want to make sure that people are moving there because their job is going to be there as much as possible. And that ties into my thought that I'm not interested, as I've heard this presented thus far, it's mostly retail and sort of tourists visiting the waterfront. But I think as we're adding new housing, we need to think about where are the jobs and how are people walking or biking to those jobs. And if it's not here, then we or the developer has to figure out where those are going to be. And I want those answers before approving that housing density. I'd like to approve the housing density, but the jobs have to go along with it. And it's easiest if they're on that site, but I'm not seeing the employment for the people that are going to be moving there, which is a concern for them, the parking and the roads and the bridges and all those other things. So I think the employment is the most appealing solution to that. And so it needs to be in an earlier phase. I am concerned about isolating the rental and affordable into a sort of separate building. We've talked about that in other ways of having that mixed in, and I understand there are some obstacles there, but my preference is to see it in an earlier phase to make sure it's there and to see it mixed in with some of the other housing. CACs, I think we need to prioritize non-market rather than greater amounts of market rental. My assumption is that ownership units will become market rental in many cases. And so I think what we need to secure from my perspective is the non-market rental. I think I've spoken a bit already to the density and commercial use. 8 stories along the eastern edge, or sorry, I guess the southern edge, the bluff makes sense to me if that's possible with lower along the waterfront to preserve as much as we can. Waterfront views and so on makes sense. While we're on commercial, again, I'm always looking for no gas covenants on the whole deal, not just residential pieces. Park space, I do support the reduction of driveways for the townhomes and going sort of underground so we can make this a place for people and not cars. I do think we need to plan our transit expansions well in coordination with this. I don't see as much the dependence on Laurelwood Bridge, and I am concerned with the Laurelwood tying this too much to that because of the development complexities around Hunter and Pemberton about making this development so challenging that nothing happens. And so I think we'll have the DCCs between both of these projects that I think this will come in due course along with public demand. That I'm hesitant to tie this development specifically to timing there. I think, yeah, for me, I would go for, again, less parking. I think we need to build for people that don't want 2 cars. Ideally, many of them don't want 1 car. And so I think we need to plan for the future we want. And if we want a future where everyone is using a car for everything, then we should have more parking. If that's not the future we want, we should sort of push it less. And so I guess along with that, paid parking and even on strata roads so that the parking is consistent. I think our future council will take the heat for whatever happens on this site. And if there's like some roads that are paid and others aren't, it just gets confusing for everyone, and council will probably take all of the blame. So let's maybe look for some sort of ability to charge for parking if to the degree we need it, and make it consistent. So there's a lot there. I think I heard mostly consensus except for some different opinions on the commercial. I'm wondering if you need more clarification on that or anything else.
The chair, no, I think generally I felt like we got some direction around the commercial pretty consistently.
Okay, and is everything else in terms of the points you wanted sufficient, or would you like more clarity or more?
No, this is very helpful. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I am going to, just listening to the discussion, I will move the alternate staff recommendation that council directs staff to resolve any comments provided by council and return to another committee of the whole meeting prior to consideration of first reading. If that's seconded, I will speak to it. Councillor Stoner seconds. So the reason I'm doing this is just there's a lot of questions, a lot of things people wanted changes for. We had an experience, I think, with Bailey Street where maybe that was better to have come back for a committee of the whole. We don't want to delay things unnecessarily, but it sounds like there's some work might need another cut before we go for first and second reading. So are there any more comments? Seeing none, I'll call a question. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We are quite a bit behind. I'm going to give us to 20 after 1. So it's a shortened lunch, but I think we need a bit of time. So we'll come back a bit late at 20 after 1. Welcome back, everyone, to the committee of the whole. doing some audio technical work. Okay, I think we're working. Welcome back. We are back from a lunch break for the Committee of the Whole for Tuesday, July 11th, 2023, to hear a staff presentation or staff update on a couple of Fortis temporary use permits. The first one is for a FortisBC, a proposed FortisBC construction yard. And I think we will, Mr. Prahalad, is it correct that we'll do these one at a time? You'd appreciate focused comments on that particular TUP and then maybe some time for general comments at the end? Okay, so I will turn it over to you to dive into the first presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Prahalad, planner with the Community Planning Department. Today, I'm here seeking council feedback on a temporary use application for a construction yard for the Eagle Mountain Pipeline project. TUP 74 was previously presented at the February 14th Committee of the Whole meeting, where council referred the project back to staff. There are several new and updated plans that staff are looking for council's feedback, including noise and traffic, lighting, landfill and wastewater issues, wildfire, and dust suppression. The Eagle Mountain Pipeline project will expand a portion of the FortisBC existing natural gas transmission system. The proposed pipeline will generally parallel the existing FortisBC pipeline to the Woodfibre liquefied natural gas site. It is important to note that the project was approved by both the BC Environmental Assessment Office and Squamish Nation in 2016, and the district has no role in the overall approval of the pipeline project. Construction on the project is anticipated to take place between 2023 and 2026. The subject property is a triangular lot owned fee simple by Squamish Nation, located northeast of the Valley Cliff neighborhood at the intersection of the Mamquam Forest Service Road and Powerhouse Springs Road. TUP 74 is proposing to allow an industrial use in the RS1 residential zone, which is intended to accommodate low-density residential development with municipal water and sewer services. The OCP land use designation for this area falls under resources and recreation, which supports a wide array of public and commercial recreation uses as well as resource development. The parcel is currently outside the district's growth management boundary. Most of the pipeline construction on the project will take place from April to October each year. The site office and construction yard will remain in place year-round. The site will be used to stage equipment, small tools, and consumables, and will include temporary office trailers for construction support staff. The site will be secured when not in use using fencing and on-site security. There will be off-season monitoring of the right-of-way, and the yard will provide office space for the consultants. The highest activity periods of the day are between 7 and 8:30 a.m. and 5 and 7 p.m., with a reduced activity period during the day. Site activities will be planned to ensure compliance with the district noise bylaws. Generally, the highest levels of noise are anticipated at the start and end of each work shift due to vehicle traffic. During yard development, additional noise is anticipated during a 2-month period of site clearing and grading, where the use of construction equipment is expected on site. Noise surveys will be conducted on a regular basis and will be compared against baseline measurements taken at key receptor points, such as the residences on Cherry Drive, which are the closest to the site prior to the commencement of the project. The temporary warehouse and office buildings are planned for setup towards the northeasternmost corner of the proposed development. This configuration serves to focus the bulk of the site activity and associated traffic as far as possible from existing residences. There is a planned barrier of existing vegetation approximately 60 meters in width along the southern edge portion of the site, which reduces the potential impacts of noise and light from the site towards the adjacent residences. Directional lighting will be used only as needed during nighttime for security and safety. The project is scheduled for peak construction during the summer and fall. It is expected that crews will arrive after sunrise. Lights will be required on stairways and paths around the yard for safety. The project has developed a lighting plan that provides the details of how the yard will utilize directional lighting and reduce impacts to the nearby residences. The alternative, if the yard is not approved, would be an industrial zone location within the district of Squamish. The yard serves as a base of operations for the pipeline construction, as the marshalling point for mobilization of construction workers, and as the administrative and management center for the work. The value proposition of the proposed construction yard is the proximity to the proposed lodge and pipeline construction corridor. Workers are prohibited from using ATVs and snowmobiles for recreational purposes within the EGP project footprint. This includes a restriction from bringing recreational vehicles to the lodge or construction yard for personal recreational purposes. Hunting, fishing, and gathering plants on EGP project sites are also prohibited. In the event that a worker pursues recreational activities outside of working hours, the expectations would be they follow applicable rules and regulations. FortisBC has been and will continue to collaborate with local recreational groups to promote trail use that protects safety of workers as well as the general public. Gasoline and diesel will be stored on site. Bulk fuel storage and dispensing will be done at the yard, as local bulk fuel distributors are unable to meet the daily requirements for fuel. There is a risk register in place that is reviewed and updated regularly that addresses project risks. FortisBC has also completed a health and safety and security risk assessment. FortisBC will not be providing the overall project risk assessment to the District of Squamish due to the confidential nature of information contained. A presentation was provided on July 2022 that included some of these elements of risk. FortisBC supports the use of electrical generated equipment where practical. However, FortisBC cannot commit to all equipment within the yard operations to be electrically generated. A wildfire report was submitted to the district. The wildfire risk was categorized as moderate, with the primary concern being a fire starting at the base of the Squamish River or a fire starting in the yard and escaping into the surrounding vegetation. To mitigate these concerns, coniferous vegetation and combustible material will be cleared in zones 1 and 2, and continued maintenance of any grass or tree regeneration until the site is decommissioned. Up to 420 parking stalls will be provided at the yard. However, this area will serve multiple purposes. Overflow parking from the lodge at peak capacity could be as high as 275 vehicles for short durations during the peak summer months. Parking for shuttle buses as needed. Parking for construction vehicles that are not permitted to be parked at the lodge. Area for material storage and staging areas as required. FortisBC will also be providing space through a day pass system for a separate fenced off area for recreational users to park and or offload their recreational vehicles if needed. An updated traffic management strategy has been provided by Fortis. District staff are currently reviewing the report and providing comments to the applicant that need to be addressed. A complete management strategy will be presented to council in advance of the temporary use permit decision. Fortis has tried to address the comments made by staff in an updated traffic impact assessment. However, staff still have questions around personal vehicle usage, impacts to the road networks, and the methodology used, and is working to resolve these issues. The applicant has addressed the majority of the district's concerns when it comes to the waste management plan of the construction yard with the separation of source materials. The applicant has also hired a consultant to project the impacts to the landfill. This study should be ready in a couple of weeks. The project requires a significant amount of consultation with internal departments, external stakeholders, and the province. Following this committee, the whole meeting, the application would be expected to proceed through the following permit stages conditional on council approval at applicable stages. Council's decision on TUPs, development permits for DPA 11 wildfire, and building permits. Thank you. At this time, I welcome any comments or questions.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much for the presentation. In our OCP, section 31(1)A of our OCP details temporary use permits. And it says a temporary use to permit temporary uses to provide a short-term opportunity when considered appropriate by council without negatively affecting existing business or surrounding properties in terms of noise, lighting, parking, traffic, or other impacts. One of the concerns that I've heard raised is the impact of both, and this is, I apologize for a convoluted comment here, it's both the laydown yard and the workforce lodge, the impact of those two on the Squamish Canyon project. Has there been any resolution or support from the Squamish Canyon project on this, or do they still perceive this as a significant negative impact on their project?
So through the chair, Squamish Squamish Canyon is not in favor of either TUPs, both the laydown yard as well as the lodge. However, they understand where they are in the development life cycle, so they are trying to work with FortisBC to come up with a plan for the roads.
Mayor Herford.
Thank you. The traffic impact work doesn't seem to contemplate the alternatives. And how has staff been addressing this? And is this a concern for staff as we're looking at approving or not approving this use? I feel personally it'd be helpful for me to understand what the two choices are, not solely the impact of this one decision, but actually the impact of the choice. And is that work that you've highlighted, or how are you approaching that aspect?
Through the chair, so that is a question that the engineering department has raised, the impacts that the TUP approval will have on the town, as well as not approving the TUPs. So we've put that back on the applicants and their consultants to provide an answer for that.
And thank you. And given the level of detail required in these things, do we have a reasonable timeline for that work to happen? I know there's a deeper analysis that needs to be done with what's provided already, but this is we're many months into it, and I know that we're driving towards the decision ideally sometime in September, but there seem to be quite a few pieces that were either requiring deeper analysis, which is fine. We have to me, that signals that we have what we need. We need to analyze it, perhaps ask questions and have things addressed. But this seems to be a bit of a black hole, this particular piece. And can you speak to the potential timing of that work being able to be done?
Through the chair, so for the traffic management strategy, as well as the traffic impact assessment, we have asked for the turnaround to be early August to get those reports back to us and have our questions addressed.
Thank you. There's some recommendations in the traffic report around the Highway 99 Malcolm Forest Service Road intersection about southbound vehicles making a right turn there and doing some sort of U-turn to use the signaled intersection. I think it's Valley Drive to the north. And I don't see how that movement happens legally, practically, or safely. So, and what our role is in that, given that there's the provincial piece that comes in around the highway, and just, do you have thoughts on how those pieces fit together?
Through the chair, yes. So that is a question that was brought up by engineering, and at the moment I don't have an answer for that. But we have asked that question to the consultants, and we're waiting for a response back.
Thank you. And the recommendations speak exclusively to the traffic generated by this project, and not to the public using the space. But that intersection is, in my opinion, dangerous now, and it's uncontrolled, and it's a busy spot, and very few people are doing the speed limit, particularly as they're coming northbound down that hill. So do you see the recommendations here applying more broadly, and maybe driving some either requirement for investment at the various intersections to facilitate these recommended movements? Or the broader public, as it just feels like this might be what may tip the sort of the scales over into needing to do something in a broader context, rather than having road users playing by multiple sets of rules, if you follow.
Through the chair. So the information that we requested from the applicants is building on the existing use of those roadways. But for the purposes of this application, we're looking at specifically what are the requirements, considering the broader use for this project in terms of traffic needs.
I'll leave it there for this round. I'll let
Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, I'm just looking for some clarification around the activity at the laydown yard. So I was wondering if staff could speak to whether or not the tunnel contractors will be getting supplies from the proposed laydown yard.
Through the chair, so for the tunnel component, they will be using the site at the in the business park. So most of their storage will be at that tunnel site.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Anderson, did I see your hand?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll wait till comments for the particular matter I was going to raise. It was following Councillor Herford's question. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, one of the issues that we've previously brought up with regards to the construction yard is noise and noise management. I did see a noise report, but I didn't actually see what the proposed solutions the proponent was putting forward in order to mitigate noise at this point. Are we clear on what the mitigation measures are going to be?
Through the chair, yes, there are recommendations included in that noise report that Fortis will be moving forward with.
So they've just adopted those recommendations. And in particular, it says the highest activity periods are between 7 and 8:30 a.m. and then 5 and 7 p.m. My understanding is the construction schedule is Monday to Saturday, but our noise bylaw says that construction noise is limited to start at 8 a.m. on Saturday. So is the intention to break our noise bylaw?
Through the chair, so anybody can apply for a noise bylaw exemption, and be processed by staff. We'd have to look, is it a reasonable request or not? But at this point, they would have to abide by both the temporary use permit and the noise bylaw.
Okay, thank you for that. And then with regards to the road and dust management, right now it just says that they're planning on doing dust suppression at the beginning of each construction work season and then work into the upper surface of the roadbed with spot application of sections in areas of concern throughout the season. it seems to be a lot of work, and I think the level of the level of additional vehicles seems like it'll be substantive. And there is expectation, especially through the Squamish Canyon project, that it will eventually get paved. And so is there any opportunity for us through the temporary use permit to require paving of this road at this point?
We could propose any condition, and road improvements would be an appropriate condition for a temporary use permit. I think the applicants would have to agree in order for us to issue a temporary use permit for the application. So, but it is a valid permit condition.
Through the chair, so the Squamish Canyon project, in their approval, they are required to pave the road in phase 2. The reason why the district and engineering does not support the paving of the road right now is because we don't want to take ownership of that road. So once Fortis leaves, the cost to maintain a paved road is quite substantial compared to the gravel road right now.
Okay, I'll have a few questions then. I'm wondering why we aren't applying DPA 3. When I look at the purpose of that DPA guideline, it's in an application, it seems to apply. I'm just wondering why we're not considering that here.
Through the chair, so typically the planning department does not apply DPA 3 when it comes to temporary projects and temporary buildings. However, the planning department will apply some of the guidelines in DPA 3 to both of these projects. It just won't be going through the typical DPA 3 permit process.
Okay, thank you. And then just when I calculate the amount of fuel, just their fuel tanks alone is just under 100,000 liters of combustible fuel, and then they'll have numerous vehicles with fuel plus the whatever vehicle, like extra tanks those have. Have we asked for, or have they done analysis of how that relates to a fire risk and how those things might interact?
Through the chair, so there is a mention of some remediation in the wildfire report for the construction yard. So the storage of fuel is regulated by the province. So they are meeting the safety requirements that is required by the province for the storage of fuel on that site.
Okay, and would this then come under they're meeting the provincial requirements? Have they provided though the risk analysis? Like I didn't see that in their wildfire risk or the sort of consequences. Is that a piece that we haven't asked, or that comes under what they're not wanting to include in their shared risk analysis?
That is a piece that we're asking for further information on.
Oh, so is the hydrant they're proposing, the fire hydrant, it's at the laydown yard? Oh, it's at the other one. Okay, I'll save that question then. In staff's perspective, is are the mitigations for the impacts of light in terms of people and wildlife sufficient or consistent with our regulations or guidelines? Are they still asking for a lot more light than we would normally accept?
So through the chair, so the light is acceptable as to what they are proposing. The light will be like the light fixtures will be facing inward, and at nighttime it will just be a minimal amount just for site security.
Any other questions, Council? I'm just sort of looking at my notes as well here. Mayor Herford?
Thank you. I know the work's ongoing to look at to assess the traffic management strategy, but I just wanted to flag I see the need for the proposed parking area about like 1.4 kilometers up from the highway to ensure the road is there, to eliminate the parking on the sides to make sure there's safer movement. But the size, I agree there's a need for this, but the size of that seems to be woefully inadequate for that purpose. We're talking 20 or 30 vehicles, and I lost count when I tried to do keep track of that as I went through that area just on the weekend. And unless it's elsewhere, I didn't see mention of the loss of the sort of, I've been calling it mode shift area, where our recreational motorized users that have been using the proposed site for that purpose. I don't see that accounted for anywhere here, which was disappointing, as I've highlighted this at every touch point of this. And if it's not addressed, then it has unknown consequences throughout the rest of the trail network, and really changes that sort of sensitive ecosystem of trail users that we have, and could upset the balance. Has that been addressed in staff, like in your dialogue with the proponent? There seems to be a couple holes here.
Yeah, so through the chair, for the first question, our comments back for that parking area is that that's not an ideal location for the parking there, just due to the noise that will be generated for the residences in Valley Cliff. So we are asking for an alternative location for them to propose. And for the recreational users, Fortis is willing to provide a day pass system for the parking lot at the construction laydown yard. We're still kind of working out the details of how that will look and how much spaces they're willing to provide.
Thank you. There's a for the vehicle part, the first piece of the parking along. I think that there may need to be multiple areas. There's unlikely to be an area that's large enough to accommodate that use. And for the second piece, that sort of, it's been phrased as overflow parking or something at the proposed workyard site. I understand making it available through some sort of permitting. Any barrier to using that is going to essentially eliminate its use from this equation. So I won't score it as a meaningful mitigation. There's unique loading and unloading needs of that group that will not accommodate. The accommodations required and the facilities required are very basic, but not met by that. And frankly, when we talk about the workforce lodge, there's been talk of overflow parking being from the workforce lodge being accommodated there. So I don't know that we can solve the same piece can solve 5 pieces of this equation. It just doesn't check out for me. So there's a lot going on in this area, and I see only additional complications. I don't see solutions in what's being presented here. Thank you.
I have another question, not seeing hands. I think in the past, someone had asked about helicopter landing or takeoff at either site. I believe it was the laydown yard. Can you comment on what the request is there or expectations around helicopter use and access?
Through the chair, at this time, FortisBC has no plans to stage or operate helicopter services for the project.
Okay, I'm not seeing any hands for questions, so maybe we'll go around clockwise for comments. And this is again on the laydown yard. Start with you, Councillor Anderson.
Chair, my comments may apply to both, and I'm happy to delay. I was going to speak to the recreational parking provision and to the Malcolm Forest Road Highway 99 intersection. I can wait or speak to it now.
I think we'll have sort of a general wrap up more towards the end. So maybe if they're
Very good.
general nature, we'll save them and keep this focused on the laydown yard. So Councillor Greenlaw.
Sure. Similar to Councillor Anderson's comments, there is a fair amount of overlap, and so my comments apply to both. But I have a hard time seeing how this temporary use permit is going to follow any of the objectives that are set by the municipality, which is that it will not negatively affect existing businesses or surrounding properties in terms of noise, lighting, parking, traffic, or other impacts. I would agree with Mayor Herford's description of the parking proposal as woefully inadequate for our recreational users. And further to Councillor Hamilton's comments, I'm concerned that I don't see any mention of the Squamish Canyon project in any of the traffic studies that have been presented or considered by Fortis. And I know that they're both aware of the project and are in regular contact with Squamish Canyon regarding the negative impacts of these TUPs. And I would urge Fortis to make some considerations for this project and their traffic plans moving forward.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks very much. I've tried to formulate my comments in terms of our policies and the objectives of our policies as outlined in the OCP. And section 31(2)(b) specifies that TUP applications are considered in relation to, among other things, surrounding land use, potential conflict with residential land users, and duration of proposed temporary use. And when I consider this laydown yard in the context of our policies, I think there is a significant potential for conflict with residential land users. This conflict is almost certainly to arise in the Cherry Drive neighborhood due to the proximity, operational hours, and traffic volume created by this industrial use case. So I don't see how, I certainly don't see how the proponent has sufficiently mitigated these concerns in their proposal. And I see that as a key factor in the viability of this temporary use permit. Regarding the potential surrounding land use, there's significant potential for negative impact on the nearby business, specifically the Squamish Canyon project, and the anticipated duration of the project as a temporary use. While I understand the proponent has put their timelines strictly to 3 years, I am not very confident that the project will be completed in the timeline of 3 years. And so I think that engaging in a temporary use permit, which in its spirit is 3 years, with expectation that that will go longer, is disingenuous and not appropriate for our nearby residents. Thank you.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. I'll save my comments for the end.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will just echo what some of my council colleagues just mentioned, that I still think that there are significant challenges with this proposal, and we haven't seen substantial additions to how to mitigate the noise, the interactions with the neighborhood, and the existing business that's in the area. And so I don't have substantial additional comments to what Councillor Hamilton has said or to my previous comments when this last came to council. But what I am reflecting on is whether this actually warrants continuing to work on and bring to public hearing, or if we just consider not moving this application forward, given the lack of feedback that we're getting from the proponent at this point. So I would like to put that on the table for consideration of my council colleagues, whether this actually intends additional time from our staff, additional time from our community, or if we actually just don't think that this is an appropriate place for this proposal. That's our prerogative. Thanks.
Mayor Herford.
Thank you. My previous comments stand around the parking design and so on. I do want to highlight that in the Binney report, there is a recommendation around shared vehicles to reduce the traffic, and that didn't seem to make it, from my read, into the traffic management strategy. So to me, this is a key a key piece that we've been discussing as a council. Again, every time that we've interacted with this project, we've asked about formalizing that with shuttle buses, how things move. It's a recommendation from the bidding report, and it has not made it into the plan. So I'm looking forward to the deeper analysis of the plan, but to me, this is a complete miss. And understanding that what reduction in traffic is possible, or how this traffic can be managed through some efficiencies of how we move, how the proponent moves people around to execute the project. I think we need to understand that, and it doesn't look like it's being explored by the proponent at this time, according to the documents I have in front of me. I think to help facilitate this discussion, the impact of an alternative needs to be understood. So the traffic impact of having this project executed using another facility, what does that look like? And that's really the choice that I think that I'm being asked to make. And I don't know, I know that this is very impactful, but what is the alternative? And I'd really like to understand that. And I'd like our community to understand that as we set about trying to make this decision. So I'm sympathetic to Councillor Stoner's point, and I'm at a point of frustration with this as well. That alternate I'd like to understand, and both of those assessments need to be vetted to the same level. So we're not painting some apocalyptic picture of any other option. Like I want a reality-based assessment, which I shouldn't have to distinguish between the two, but I feel I need to in this case, a reality-based assessment of what the alternative looks like, because that's something that I will struggle to make a decision without. And really that piece, the sort of how one of the benefits that's, if you could call it that, of this, I have a hard time even saying that word during this conversation, but one of the sort of the arguments for this from the proponent is keeping everything, the activity and thus the impact quite focused and not broadly throughout the community. And I'd like to really understand what that more broadly throughout the community piece looks like if we're looking at considering that as an option, which we inherently are as we're being asked for this TUP. So that's what and from that perspective, the other pieces I think fall from there as far as what is this trade-off that we're being asked. We're not being asked this or nothing. We're being asked for a trade-off, and we don't understand. And I don't feel I have enough information on the other half of that trade-off. Thank you.
Thanks. And for my part, when I was looking through all the reports, I didn't see many substantive changes or adjustments to public feedback and prior council feedback. I saw some additional details which seemed to be their attempt to argue why they didn't need to change anything. At least that's how it read to me. And so I'm not seeing in the information presented how Fortis is taking seriously our community's concerns. I am a bit intrigued by my colleague's suggestion about whether or not we proceed with this. I think from my perspective, the Wood Fiber Fortis project, and I think that is a fair way to characterize it, is taking up far too much of our bandwidth, even with capacity funding. It's council time, it's senior level staff time, and we have so many other critical projects that we need to be putting time into that aren't getting it. And so personally, though, I wouldn't, I'm not sure I'd be comfortable saying it's done here, but I would maybe put it back to the two of them to say, we need to be more reasonable about the amount of focus your project gets. And so where would you like us to prioritize that focus? And I think Councillor Hamilton has previously made a similar suggestion, which has a lot of sense. In public meetings now, Fortis has been very clear that wood fiber is paying the bill for this. We know wood fiber is driving the timelines. So as much as they may be separate projects, I think they can put their heads together and talk to us about where they would see the priority. And I think that may be our next step. And if they want us to continue down this path and they have adjustments to make and suggestions to make, then maybe that's where our focus can be. I guess when I read through the wildfire information, it's not clear to me why Fortis cannot meet some of the DPA wildfire guidelines, and everyone else when they're building is expected to meet the guidelines, and so I don't know why we would accept Fortis from that. I'm glad to hear there's more information, hopefully risk analysis in terms of the significant fuel storage on site. And my concern is both fire risk, but also risk to our groundwater aquifer. This site still seems to be, it's not clear to me why so many vehicles, personal vehicles and individual vehicles are required. That hasn't been mapped out to me of what the justification is for that. I think, I have not seen in the public, from the feedback we've had so far, an indication that the public feels that Fortis has addressed public concerns. And so it's hard for me to stick my neck out and say that those have been addressed. And I think to my colleague's comment about alternatives, yeah, it's pretty challenging. It seems that we've had one proposal. In terms of the laydown yard, I don't think there's been anything suggested about what an alternative is or that there's been other things captured. And so, yeah, it makes it hard to contextualize this. It seems that there are no, there's a lot of harm that comes along with what's proposed. Are there better options? Have they considered other things? It just makes it hard to understand why we would proceed with this. And doesn't give me comfort that they've actually considered other options. There's no rationalization of what else they considered and why more specifically ruled out. I think we've seen it at a very, very high level, but not a lot that's convincing. So I guess that's all I can say for this. Councillor Anderson, I saw your hand.
Thank you. I don't share some of my colleagues' point of view on what we might put to Fortis regarding this selection of a site. I don't think there's very much to offer in the way of alternatives at this point in time. And I think that if we consider, and we do, consider that there is a lot of stake for the neighborhood and for traffic and interface impacts, then we should be a little bit constructive. We are the experts on our land base. We have some expertise to offer and should be prepared to do so and should have all along. I'd like to also observe this is Squamish Nation fee simple land. During the construction of the railway, the highway, and the highway upgrade, 2 upgrades, 4 times, the Squamish Nation has hosted a construction camp right on their doorstep at Statmas on the island. That was quite an interface challenge for that community. Well, maybe it's our turn. That was a significant camp interface for the Squamish Station just 10 to 14 years ago, maybe a little bit longer than that, but around 2005 through 2010, they had a camp on their doorstep, a larger one than what we're talking about here. So let's put things in a perspective and be a little constructive. I see that there are questions to ask, are things to pursue, but at this point, to suggest another alternative site, well, let's get busy and work with them on that, please. We're the experts on our land base. Let's be a little bit constructive. Thank you.
So I'm looking to staff if you have enough that you think you're clear with that. Oh, Councillor French, did I miss you? Oh, okay. I didn't think I did. Staff, do you have enough that you're clear? Is there anything? And I think the one piece I heard maybe some disconnect on was whether staff should be working more on this or less on this. Do you feel you have enough there? Or would you like some clarity on that piece or anything else?
No, we've got enough information to go back to the applicants on this application.
Okay, Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I have some additional comments on the traffic impact, but I think that's part of the next piece as well. So the reports were the same. Is that correct? Okay, I'll save the miss for my second chance to take a swing at that.
Okay, so maybe I'll ask for you to move on to the work camp, and then we'll try and give comments for that and some general feedback as well. Oh, right, we do have a recommendation if someone would like to move it. That council received the FortisBC Construction Yard temporary use permit report for information and provide the feedback we have heard, and that council directs staff to work with FortisBC to resolve any identified issues prior to consideration of the temporary use permit. That is what's on our agenda. I've heard one alternate suggestion. Someone wanting to move something? Mayor Herford?
Thank you. I'll move the staff recommendation and with the change of the wording to report to receive the report for information and provide feedback as communicated in the meeting today.
Okay, and are you including the second that
Yes. Yep.
prior to consideration? Okay. So is there a seconder? Councillor Hamilton seconds. Would you like to speak to it, Mayor Herford?
Yeah, thank you. I think the feedback we've provided here is a substantive amount of work, and this motion isn't meant to be supportive of this use, but to have our questions answered and the concerns addressed as best to the best as the proponent can, and then it'll be up to us to decide if that's enough in future. So at this point, I think this is an appropriate course of action, although I'm not particularly excited about what I'm seeing at this point. But thank you to staff for putting it together. I know it's challenging, so thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. And speaking to my support for this motion, Councillor Stoner's suggestion gave me pause to reflect. Considering the feedback that was given in February and the lack of change in the proposal from February to now, I do have concern that additional staff time is not going to result in substantive change to this proposal. And so I do have concern that we will be wasting some of our staff's time in discussing further this temporary use permit unless the proponent is willing to come back with substantive changes to their use permit application. But with that, I will support this motion.
Okay, Councillor Stoner.
I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. I don't think it's worthwhile advancing this application as is, given the continued feedback that we're getting from the proponent. It's not addressing the concerns that this council or our community has raised over the past few months. And we're about to put a bunch of staff time into reviewing all of these additional reports that the proponent has provided. But even in a cursory review, the recommendations are not actually addressing the issues that we've raised. And so I have a hard time putting both our staff, this council, and our community through a public hearing when I actually just don't think that the use is fit given the policies that we have in our OCP. So I guess this is my message to the proponent that if you're going to come back for a temporary use permit hearing, that there should be some substantive changes than what's currently here for me to be able to support it. Thanks.
Just add my 2 cents. I will support this motion, but I am not settled on how much staff time we want to put into this going forward. So sometime today or in the near future, there may be a resolution from council on some direction on that. But as it stands for now, I am comfortable with this resolution. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Stoner and Councillor Greenlaw oppose. Motion carries. And now we will move on to the Workforce Lodge TUP and back to Mr. Prahalad.
So once again, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Today I'm here seeking council feedback on a temporary use permit application for the Workforce Lodge for the Eagle Mountain Pipeline Project. TUP 73 was previously presented at the February 14th Committee of the Whole meeting where council referred the project back to staff. There are several areas that staff are looking for council's feedback, including personal vehicle usage, worker projections, coordination with Squamish Canyon, public safety and policing resources, traffic issues, and landfill and wastewater issues. Subject site is on a 7-hectare site owned by Lafarge Canada in the district of Squamish. The site is located within a cleared forestry cut block on relatively flat terrain that is covered in shrub and young tree growth. TUP 73 is proposing to temporarily allow workforce accommodation use in the RE resource zone, which is intended to accommodate the use and development of land for primary resource activities. The official community plan land use designation for this area is future residential neighborhood, which is intended to accommodate future long-term growth needs when the need for additional neighborhood land becomes evident. This parcel is located outside of the district's regional growth management boundary. The proposed Workforce Lodge is intended to be built and operated by ATCO and will consist of single-story wooden structure complex that is set on wood crib foundations and will have a gross floor area of approximately 13,000 meters squared. The proposed lodge will be able to accommodate 576 beds with the option of an additional 36 beds. Based on FortisBC's work schedule, approximately 300 to 400 workers will be lodged at the camp from 2023 to 2025, with a peak of 600 workers in the summer of 2025. If the lodge TUP is not successful, the applicant is planning to provide workers with a living out allowance. Project contractors will be responsible for providing their workers with adequate living out allowances in accordance with applicable union agreements. All workers will be expected to follow the worker code of conduct regardless of the accommodation strategy employed. Once the lodge is operational, the majority of workers will not be provided compensation, commonly referred as to a living out allowance. In the unlikely event a non-local worker does not want to reside in company-provided accommodation, they will not receive an LOA. For a select group of management personnel, the option to use local accommodations will be available. There is 24-hour security plan for both the lodge and the yard sites. FortisBC will utilize a combination of controls, video monitoring, and security patrols. Deployment of additional private security will depend on the level of risk or threat level at the time. The Workforce Lodge will have a shuttle bus service, which workers will be strongly encouraged to use whenever possible to reduce traffic volume. FortisBC is currently identifying the appropriate frequency and locations of shuttle stops within Squamish. Shuttle buses will likely be 18 to 20 person passenger vans. The quantity of shuttle buses will be determined based on lodge occupancy as well as demand for service. Proposed locations include Shoppers Drug Mart, Save On Foods, and Canadian Tire. The shuttle rotation schedule times envisioned are Monday to Friday from 6 to 9 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Shuttle intervals are anticipated to be hourly. During non-working hours, workers will be strongly encouraged to use shuttle services between Squamish and the Workforce Lodge during their personal time. The Squamish Canyon project and the applicant have had several meetings since the last Committee of the Whole meeting. To date, there appears to be some progress on reaching an agreement on operational issues between the two parties related to the road management and visitor interface. However, there are several issues still outstanding. The EGP project involves multiple project components with a variety of work shifts being contemplated for the tunnel facilities and the pipeline. Work shift schedules are indicative of the work contemplated, the remote and seasonal nature of certain construction phases, as well as to ensure the most efficient deployment and resources for the project. According to the applicant, a 2-week on, 2-week off schedule is not feasible and would have the effect of prolonging the number of construction seasons required to complete the work. An updated traffic management strategy has been provided by the applicant. District staff are currently reviewing the report and providing comments to the applicant that needs to be addressed. A complete management strategy will be presented to council in advance of the temporary use permit decision. Applicants have tried to address the comments made by staff in the updated traffic impact assessment. However, staff still have questions around personal vehicle usage, impacts to the road networks, and the methodology used. The applicant has addressed the majority of the district's concerns when it comes to the waste management plan of the workforce lodge with the separation of sourced materials. However, further work is needed to reduce one-time use items and to provide a wildlife-resistant enclosure. The applicant has also hired a consultant to project the impacts to the landfill. This study should be ready in a couple weeks. The site will be subject to the district's DPA-1 environmental guidelines. The applicant has provided an updated site bioinventory that addresses the district's guidelines. However, district staff and the applicant's consultants are currently working through the report to ensure the DPA guidelines are met. The project requires a significant amount of consultation with internal departments, external stakeholders, and the province. Following this committee of the whole meeting, the applicant would be expected to proceed through the following permit stages, conditional on council approval at applicable stages: council decision on TUP, development permits for DPA-1 environment, DPA-11 for wildfire, a soil management permit and tree management permit applications, as well as building permits. Thank you. At this time, I welcome any questions or comments.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate you working with the proponent on the work schedule. I'm slightly confused though why a 2-week on, 2-week off schedule would extend the length of construction. Was the proponent able to provide any details there?
Through the chair, we haven't received a response on that question yet.
All right, that one's confusing. On the traffic impacts and the personal vehicle use, in the and I suspect that maybe staff are reviewing this, but one of the things that jumped out at me is the proposed trip generation for the workforce lodge in 2025, when there's 600 workers and 600 vehicles. It says the maximum light vehicle daily vehicle traffic is 47 vehicles. And that seems like it's out of context given the number of workers on site. Is that one of the issues that staff is trying to address with the proponent at this time?
Through the chair, the traffic impact assessment has averaged out the vehicle usage throughout the entire project. So we have gone back to the consultants to ask for peak periods for the report.
Thank you. I would just like to suggest that that also include in particular Sunday traffic times for personal vehicle use. I would suspect that staff have already looked at that, but that is a flag to me. The workforce shuttle that is proposed, they're suggesting hourly, and in particular on Saturday nights, it only goes till 9 p.m., but they're trying to dissuade people from using their personal vehicles. And we suspect that with the proposed work schedule, Saturday will actually become quite a busy evening. So has there been any discussion about actually extending that shuttle to go later into the evening so that folks don't have to rely on their vehicles and driving potentially impaired on their way home?
Through the chair, yet that comment has been made to the applicant.
Great. I will leave my questions there for now. Thanks.
Councillor French, then Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. I see a fair amount in the documents about sewage and challenges with processing sewage coming out of that site, and also garbage to the landfill and issues there. It's far less on food waste and recyclables. So what's to happen with food waste and recyclables? Is that part of that landfill impact assessment that we're waiting for, or is that being handled and treated differently?
Through the chair, that will be addressed in the study that that they've hired a consultant for the landfill lifespan.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Would you like me to answer? So for the sewage, what they'll need to do is they'll need to provide modeling as to when the trucks will be arriving at the station. With the new upgrades to the station, it will be able to handle all the waste. We just need to see modeling for their staging of the trucks so that it doesn't back up onto the road. Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks very much. Through the chair. So one of my comments on the Workforce Lodge back in February was the allocation, the parking allocation, which is the core thing that's allowing the personal vehicles will be going up and down the road. Am I correct in my reading that there will be, I think there was 325 parking spaces available with 45 for shuttles or something, and then an additional 350 parking spaces for overflow at the work camp. Is that true? At the lodge, the yard. So the 350 is at the yard.
So the 350 is at the camp, and then the overflow will be at the yard.
Okay, so how many total parking spots will be up at the lodge? 350. Okay, so that's still I'm trying to put this size of the parking in perspective. Our largest single parking in town is the Garibaldi Village from the Independent down to Canadian Tire, and that's around 750 parking spots. So the number of parking stalls that they want to put up at the end of the Mamquam Forest, and Powerhouse Springs is approximately half of our largest parking lot. I can't see how that's reasonable, and there are very simple solutions that I proposed at the previous time this came to council, which have not been considered at all. So I don't see how the proponent has responded to council. Have you seen any movement on their significant substantive efforts to reduce the number of personal vehicles being allowed or encouraged to drive up that road?
Through the chair, when the proponent was asked about personal vehicle usage, they said that they would not dissuade workers from bringing their personal vehicles, that they can't not allow personal vehicle usage, but there's no regulation or provincial regulation that prevents them from doing that.
I'll go Mayor Herford and then Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I had a question around the peak loading of Saturday night, Sunday, but I think that was been addressed by some of my council colleagues. It's the first I've heard of the shift work extending the project. I've heard the argument around existing contracts, which feel like they've been signed prematurely. If a shift work is what's required to make this particular land use work in this area and thus the project to happen, I feel they may have signed something and committed to something prematurely, which I haven't quite reconciled what I do with that or what we do with that. Given that the current work schedule proposed is the 6 days a week, could you speak to why the shuttle runs all day Saturday when everyone's at work?
Through the chair, I don't have an answer for that.
Okay, thank you. And then the shuttle in this use makes some sense. We are interested in having less private vehicle movements and so on. But where the shuttle is proposed is access to the community, not for executing the day-to-day work that they're going there to do. So to me, the shuttle piece is a I don't know if I'll call it a complete step, a partial step in what could be a positive direction, but I don't understand why it's proposed for Saturday. and why it's not part of the day-to-day operation of the project with the proposed layouts that are there. And has this been I'm seeing nodding from staff, but is this something that has already jumped at you in your sort of first assessment of this?
Through the chair, yes. So we have been asking those questions, and so the workers that will be working on the tunnel component, they have a different schedule. So my assumption is that Saturday is for the workers on the tunnel component that have the day off.
Okay, thank you. In the traffic report, it mentions the only real stakeholder mentioned is Sorka, and they're a great organization, and they absolutely should be consulted in this work. But there's missing is the SDBA, which is the Squamish Dirt Bike Association. I've raised this before. The Trials Association, the Malcolm River Access Society, and Squamish Canyon, which is just absent from the documentation. And when I look at the detail around the Powerhouse Springs Road intersection and the signage and the detailed management of that, controlling the movements through the Squamish Canyon site, I think is a whole section of this report that's doesn't exist, that it's required to see if this land use is really compatible with the other land uses in the area. I think there's some concerns around in the general area around just during construction, regardless of where a laydown yard is or where the workforce is coming from. So I don't know where the appropriate place to capture that piece is. It feels like it's here in this traffic report that's being provided for both of these applications, but there's more than just the movements of these workers. There's actually the actual construction, and I'm not seeing a fulsome enough picture really to understand what's there. So that's, I just went into comment there. Sorry, I'm a little fired up on this one, but the cycling network map that's used in the Binney report is figure 2.2. It's page 8 of the report. Does a good job of highlighting the cycling infrastructure in the municipality south of the Finch Drive alignment. But there's a substantive amount of context missing north of that, like an equal distance north. And given that the movements of folks on their bikes or multi-use paths pass through, I think that's a important consideration that just isn't being seen here. And also there's some talk in the report around sanctioned and unsanctioned trails and this type of thing. And I find that problematic, given that this is a way that a lot of our community moves around and even gets places, never mind. So we have our formal pieces that are the municipality, but the traffic that will be crossing the roads and just moving throughout the sort of the whole alignment of this project, I think is grossly underestimated. I was happy to see some mention of trail forks as a way to look at where those, they have heat map functions. You can see where the traffic is, but the traffic, sort of the first piece seems to be missing. Are we limited in our ability to consider sanctioned and unsanctioned trails and the traffic on those trails as we make comments with this? I guess is the question out of all that.
Through the chair, so I think council is not limited to considering recreational impact broadly. I wouldn't recommend that council consider individual trails and what impact it will have on them, but rather think about the overall impact of the proposed application on recreation in the area and the general movements of recreational users.
Thank you. So the sanctioned and unsanctioned discussion that happens in these reports staff sees no relevance to that outside of.
Sanctioned trails certainly have more weight to them because they have approvals in place, especially if they're on Crown land, meaning that, there's going to be an added level of responsibility for the applicant working around those trails. But for the purposes of this temporary use permit, considering recreational use in general terms, I don't think council is limited to just looking at sanctioned trails. Again, but I wouldn't recommend considering individual trails unless they are sanctioned.
Thank you. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, Councillor Anderson and Councillor Greenlaw.
I think I'll wait for comments. I may have waved my hand, but I'm okay for now, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, at our last discussion of this TUP application, I requested that the camp be dry, and I was wondering if staff could comment on whether or not the camp is still anticipated to have a liquor license.
Through the chair, the proponent is still seeking a liquor license, but that will need to get council approval.
Thanks.
Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. I had two additional questions that I forgot to ask. The staff report says the next implementation steps of the project requires a significant amount of consultation with internal and external stakeholders. Just wondering if you can speak to who we're referring to externally. I know the SLRD has some interest, but I don't think a referral has been made that I'm aware of. But what other external entities would this be referred to before it came to public hearing, including other Squamish Nation and other First Nations?
Yeah, so through the chair, so we've had conversations with Squamish Nations as well as the Vancouver Coastal Health.
So will this get referred to the SLRD, Metro Van, other regional governments?
Yeah, so it will be referred to the SLRD, but I don't think it will be referred to Metro Van. Yeah.
And other First Nations, so Tsleil-Waututh. Do we have other First Nations that we typically consult with on topics like this?
Typically, we consult with the Squamish Nation, and often we'll take some advice from Squamish Nation in terms of when to refer to other nations. I know that when it comes to Tsleil-Waututh, it's typically areas around the Sound and South. So I'm not sure. I don't think it was the plan to refer it broader than the Squamish Nation, given that it's core Squamish Nation territory.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that feedback. My other question was around community amenity contributions. So I heard 13,000 square meters, it's 140,000 square feet. At our current CAC policy, if I were to calculate that out at $6 a square foot, actually it's a greenfield site, so it's $9 a square foot. There should be $1.2 million on the table. Is there any CAC that's attached to this proposal at this point?
Not attached to this temporary use permit application.
I have some questions. I got so many. I'll just have to accept that I'm not going to get them all answered and try and pick and choose a few. I guess we've heard from Fortis that things along the lines of, well, they can't prohibit people from bringing personal vehicles or, having access to town, so on and so forth. But we've heard from Wood Fiber a proposal where it seems quite the opposite. There are no personal vehicles that Flotilla is currently proposed. They clarified, I think the last time we spoke to them, that there wouldn't be community access. And so all the things that Fortis is saying they have no choice about or seem to be presenting that way, Wood Fiber seems to be addressing. And this gets into the community concerns around the code of conduct. So has Fortis given any rationale of why they can't do the things that Wood Fiber seems able to do with their work camp?
Through the chair, the response that I got back from the applicant is that they're drawing from two different pools of workers, and that if they were to implement a shuttle from that they're not willing to implement a shuttle from Vancouver Airport to the lodge site.
Okay, so it's more of a won't as opposed to a can't. It sounds like maybe that's a fair way to frame it. I'm just wondering, this gets back to some of the access to the area. It seemed to me, looking at the traffic study, that the control points they have proposed seem quite distant from, you know, the construction sites, whether it's a pipeline or the camps and so on. Did they provide a rationale of why those can't be tighter? It seemed like the access to recreation and the impacts on traffic were much larger than they needed to be when I looked at the map, because those control points were so far away. Did we have any feedback about why those control points are proposed?
Through the chair, could you just ask another question? I do have the answer to that. I just need to find it.
Sure. And I think this is similar to the question I had about fuel on the laydown site, but to do with the sewage storage on site, which seems like a significant amount. Do we expect, or have we asked for a risk analysis in terms of our aquifer? You know, may meet regulations, but for us understanding the risk to our aquifer and so on of if there was a catastrophic event with their sewage storage, what that would mean. Are we expecting that sort of analysis from them?
Through the chair, so that piece would be discussed during the servicing agreement if the large TUP would be approved and proceed.
So can I follow up on that? So how would that work? Because I mean, from my mind, I want to understand what the risk is to understand whether or not I would approve the TUP. So it sort of be a condition of approving. Is there a way to understand that risk before deciding whether or not this TUP is acceptable?
That is a technical question. We've had some preliminary conversations with our engineering department around the risk to aquifer and our public works department. And at this point, we're assuming that if there is any risk, it can be managed. So if council proceeds with a temporary use permit approval, then it will be up to staff to resolve these technical issues like the risk on the aquifer from fuel or sewage.
So sir, that this. So I'm going to call for a short recess. We'll come back at 10 to 3. Okay, thanks and welcome back, everyone. And I just, there were some comments before the break. I just want to make clear that back in, I guess, February, council asked for some more information, asked staff to work with Fortis on getting some more clarity with respect to their TUPs. And this is council's and the community's first time to see that information and for council to ask some questions. This is not intended really as a public engagement, sort of a public Q&A for anyone. It's sort of the community and council introduction to these things. There will be, I believe, going forward, lots of opportunity for councillors to hear from the public, and we'll decide what steps happen next. But you know, rest assured that we are doing engagement. There is a particular focus with Squamish Nation. I think it's fair to say, recognizing that we are on what is well understood to be Squamish traditional territory. And so that is where our focus is. When it comes to broader nations, we look to the province and Squamish Nation, some of our other partners, to understand where it is our role to engage and where other of our partners need to engage, and we do our best to make sure that everyone is appropriately engaged. Always appreciate feedback. It's always best when we can do it in a way that's constructive and everyone has an equal opportunity to do so. But I just want people to understand that there is more engagement opportunity to come. And again, this is our sort of introduction. I appreciate staff for that. So I think with that, do we have more questions at the moment? Just give people a couple seconds to collect themselves. Oh, okay. I had one just while we're waiting. In terms of in one of the Fortis documents, it talked about their emergency response plans and some of their structures, but we also know there's lots of contractors, and some of the documents made it seem like their contractors were responsible or accountable for different things as opposed to Fortis. Is it part of this process or a separate process when we understand, how we make sure that Fortis is ultimately accountable and liable for everything that happens, and they have a commitment? There's a single point of contact for us, and some of those just logistic pieces, whether it's a work camp or a lay down yard, that we have one person that's accountable and we can, get as a district an adequate response time to dealing with issues.
Through the chair, so Fortis will be the primary point of contact for the district. And as far as so each contractor will be required to provide a site safety plan. But Fortis district staff have also provided comments to Fortis so that they can provide a site specific safety plan for both the laydown yard and the work camp.
Okay, and is that something that we would need to nail down as part of a TUP approval process, or that kind of happens in parallel?
Typically, we would need those safety plans in place before occupation of the, before after the building permits have been issued.
Okay. Oh, and I remember one of my other questions. It's sort of related in terms of both dust control and maintenance of clearing and so on. Have Fortis or have we asked about what they intend to use in terms of herbicides and other chemical and dust suppressants? Like, is it just water, or is it chemical things? And do we have an understanding what the impacts of those control methods are?
Yeah, so Fortis has provided a list of how they're going to be using dust suppression. I believe that will be provided to council next week at the update for both the TUPs and the wood fiber site.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Herford?
Thank you. Has staff discussed with the proponent the neighborhood to the north? All the discussion we've seen here today has been around traffic impacts to the south and out the Forest Service Road. If I was to put my mind to how most efficiently to run a shuttle service, it would be a 5-minute walk over Carpenter Sons Bridge to the Quest University grounds and out through the Highlands. And I'm sure that folks residing in the proposed lodge would not take very long to figure that out. And how is that accounted for in this? It seems all the mapping even shows this lodge at the very top of the screen and discounts anything to the north of it. But we know that's one of our most populous neighborhoods and directly adjacent to university lands. And so how is that impact being discussed or considered in this?
Through the chair, so that question was raised to the applicant, and Fortis has said that their workers will not be able to use Carpenter's Bridge, and that their security will be patrolling that area to make sure nobody is parking in that area and walking over the bridge.
Okay, but neighborhood access and sort of the interface with quite a lot of foot and bicycle, and I guess actually motorcycles go through there a little bit as well. Like that traffic, that interface of this project to the traffic in that area, is that being considered, or do you feel that that's not an area that requires further direction.
Through the chair, that question has been raised by engineering when we get our updated traffic impact assessment and traffic management strategy reports. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, so I think maybe we'll go clockwise with comments again. I'll start with you, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to first address the issue of consultation or engagement with the Tsleil-Waututh. Tsleil-Waututh have a very large forest license immediately adjacent and overlapping this project that we're discussing. Now, it happens that this Squamish Community Forest is also a neighbor and also affected, but we're all represented by the same consulting firm, as is Fortis, Chartwell. Now, Chartwell appears to be doing a great job in managing communications traffic and alerting their respective clients. But in our stakeholder ID, we must be identifying the major forest tenure holders in the area, the Squamish Community Forest and the Tsleil-Waututh business arm. They are being impacted. They are making adaptations in their operational plans. We should be aware of them as clients of Chartwell and as stakeholders to consider and to be ensure that they are being taken into account. A comment was made earlier about the paving of the Memorandum Forest Service Road. And of course, this comes up in connection with the Squamish Canyon project, which was reviewed a couple of years ago. In my view, this is a very bad idea. The forest industry experience with paving of roads on Vancouver Island has been a disaster. You have ended up with a mess. The amount of money you need to spend to prepare a Forest Service road like we have today, built in the early 60s, the Memorandum Forest Road, is enormous. You have to basically rebuild the whole structure of the road. And proper surfacing and preparation is very expensive. And I suggest it's a non-starter, and we need to wrap our heads around that. With respect to the traffic impact assessment, Mayor Herford has already raised this, the Highway 99 intersection. I would have liked to have seen better, more robust treatment of that intersection in the report we have before us available. And in particular, a comment also made by Councillor Greenlaw, I would like to see explicit reference to the Squamish Canyon projects interfaced with that intersection. What I mean by that is they have also had a traffic impact assessment dealing with that intersection. Very important work, and was thoroughly reviewed by council and staff, of course, about 2 years back. There's a lot of detail there about the issues of that intersection. I think some of them are relevant to the present proposal, including the fact of southbound left turns from the Memorandum Forest Service Road onto the highway southbound. Yes, the visibility is better than on the other side at Site B. Yes, there are gaps in the through traffic through the intersections, but nonetheless, that intersection has major challenges, and it's complicated by the Gondola and Shannon Falls Park southbound U-turn activity, which is substantial all day long. People heading back to the city doing a U-turn at that intersection. So that's not to be underestimated, the issues around that, and conveniently we can refer to the report and the discussion of the report done for Squamish Canyon. The dialogue with Squamish Canyon, I think we can only emphasize to FortisBC the importance of this for council, that we are satisfied that that is a healthy dialogue, has a good platform, that is that the issues are being addressed ongoing, and we need to be confident of that. It's an important project for us and for the tourism sector in the community. We are talking about mitigation of impacts, and we should keep in mind, I think, that this is, after all, a temporary construction project. And we've already forgotten the major impact of the highway upgrade, the Kiewit project of before pre-Olympics. And I think we need to keep in mind the legacies that we should be looking for out of this. And I think we're forgetting that, and maybe we should shift emphasis a bit. Among those legacies, I'll turn finally to the campgrounds. there's reference to vehicle, or Mayor Herford's reference to the inadequacy of the vehicle parking camping site identified up on the 1.4 kilometers from Highway 99. Well, and there's indications in the staff report that more is to be discussed as to other sites. Well, I think this really needs to be seriously pursued. There is another site further up, I'm not sure how many kilometers, but at Refuse, it's a larger area, and it has been discussed as a potential campground. But these are the kind of legacies we should be pressing for. And finally, I think it's essential, if it's not already being done, that the Fortis application and around mitigation of impacts and potential legacies in the Mamcom Forest Road area be reviewed with the Visitor Management Roundtable with regard to advice on locations and potential legacy investments that Fortis can make. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, I'm just going to go back to some of Councillor Stoner's comments around the laydown yard. I'm having a difficult time seeing the purpose of some of these feedback sessions when there is a consistent lack of response by the proponent to the majority of feedback that council and, I might add, the public are giving. There seems to be a glaring lack of consideration for the Squamish Canyon project, as we've all acknowledged, including putting checkpoints in that will likely negatively impact their business model, and not to mention the impacts that these checkpoints will have on our recreational users. I will state clearly that I will not support any TUP for a workforce lodge that is not dry and does not have an appropriate traffic mitigation. I think the combination of alcohol and personal vehicles is very probably going to result in personal injury and recklessness on our forestry roads that are actively used by the public. As we've stated numerous times, one of our primary concerns with this camp is the sexual violence that women, in particular Indigenous women, in our community will most probably experience. As there exists a direct correlation between these worker camps and sexual violence, so too does there exist a direct correlation between alcohol consumption and sexual violence against women. If the proponent is taking the concerns raised by our community members regarding sexual violence against women seriously, then they should have a dry camp. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. And just to be clear, are we just commenting on the work camp, and will we have another session of general comments, or would you like me to put general comments as well?
Yeah, let's
comment?
put them
Great.
all in now.
So in the context of our policies for TUPs, in the conflict of residential land uses, the negative impact on nearby businesses and the surrounding land use, I don't see how this work camp fits sufficiently within those constraints. Conflict arising with residential land users due to the high volume of traffic being generated on the Mamcom Forest Service Road going past the Cherry Drive neighborhood. Significant potential impact on the Squamish Canyon business, and an incompatible surrounding land use with the university lands located just 500 meters from the work camp, independent of whether that campus currently has university on it. This is a long-term project, and I wouldn't want to see a work camp impede the ability of a university to flourish on those lands. So on to general comments. This is now not specific to the work camp or the laydown yard, but in general, I'm very concerned about the challenging security situation that would be generated by a single access road, both to the work camp and the laydown yard in the event of protest action. I recognize it is the responsibility of protest action to do so in a manner that does not pose a threat to public safety, but I believe it is prudent to mitigate this possibility as much as we can through project design. A single access road to this work site and work camp pose an unacceptable risk in my assessment. I'm also concerned about the socioeconomic impact of the work camp on our community. It is well documented, as Councillor Greenlaw pointed out, that these work camps have significant negative impacts both to many communities, both socially and economically, and I do not see enough mitigation mechanisms in the current proposal. Thanks.
Councillor French.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be brief. I offer a bit of context. This is 600 people at the peak of construction in a community of 25,000 people. I'm confident that FortisBC representatives are watching our meeting today, and I trust they will come back with updates addressing the concerns that have been expressed. Thanks.
Councillor Stoner?
Thank you to the chair. I would like to note that the representatives from Fortis are not here in the room nor on WebEx. So hopefully they are watching online, either the live stream or they'll watch the recording at the very least. It's disappointing when proponents of projects of this size don't actually come in the room. I'll just state that. Contrary to my previous vote on the laydown yard TUP, I will provide some feedback and support this going forward to further consideration. But I do want to state that this is a decision and my feedback is mostly coming out of a point of fear and frustration. And that's a place that I really hate having this conversation from. And that's because in the staff report, and as the proponent has previously said, the alternative if this TUP is not successful is that the applicant is planning to provide workers with a living out allowance. And that simply is not acceptable to me where we're at in this point. And so this is the frustration with which I mentioned in February, and we're still here many months later having this same conversation. But I think that it is prudent that we continue the conversation because despite my frustrations with the work camp, I think that that is a better option than providing living out allowances to 600 people in a really tight rental market. So I really hope that the proponent is listening and will bring forward some solutions to the issues that we continue to raise around this table and through our community conversations. Personal vehicles need to be limited, and that's really easy to do by providing shuttle service from Vancouver up to the community. We do not need personal vehicles at this work camp. The proponent has said that they are not able to stop workers from accessing the community and not able to prevent them from using their personal vehicles, but that simply is not true. They're choosing not to. We have seen through wood fiber that they are actually able to do that. So I hope that the proponent comes back with a solution of that nature. I agree with my council colleague that it should be a dry camp, and we've seen wood fiber come forward with a gender safety advisory committee, and I would expect Fortis to do something similar. The bigger risk here is the FortisBC work camp, not the wood fiber one, which is a flotel. It still has some challenges for sure, but the fact that wood fiber is pushing a higher standard than Fortis, despite it basically being the same project, is exceptionally challenging. I think we also need to require that non-local staff stay at the workforce lodge, so that has to be explicitly clear in any TUP approval. And there needs to be reconsideration of a 2-week on, 2-week off schedule. Having a 6-day on with Saturdays off just sets everybody up for failure. And lastly, this needs to be clear on what the CAC proposal is that's going to come with this temporary use permit. The best legacy project would have been affordable housing for our community, and the time has passed for that. But we want to be clear on what the benefits are going to be in cash value, other sort of legacy projects if this is going to go forward. And finally, I urge Fortis to conduct broader engagement with affected stakeholders, in particular the First Nations who have been mentioned in this meeting, who have not previously been engaged with on this project. I don't think that's necessarily up to our staff. I think Fortis need to be able to do that engagement on their own and bring that forward. So I hope that staff can push the proponent to do that work. Thank you.
Mayor Herford.
Thank you. I mean, when I reflect on this project and how we got to this point, it goes back to the site selection, and that was included in the documentation of the staff report. And really the work schedule drove the site selection. So as we're contemplating this land use here, we're dealing with a site selection process by the proponent that contemplated the massive amount of parking they require because of their 6-day work week. And thus the sites selected, the 2 sites selected in the documents that were presented were both in the same area that had the same access points. So it's been clear from the beginning that the 6-day work week is problematic. If they go to some sort of shift work and shuttle folks in and out, perhaps there's other sites that are less problematic that will come to light. I don't know what they are. I don't know what the adjusted footprint could be, but this site selection was driven by that 6-day work week and their commitment to that. I have been told by the proponent that that ship has sailed and it's not something that we can affect, but I will bring it up at every opportunity that the most problematic parts of this, being the private vehicles and the interaction with the community, are exasperated by their work schedule. They would still exist, of course, if there was shift work for as high a percentage as possible of the workforce, but it would be greatly decreased. And perhaps we'd be looking at a different site that wouldn't be accessed through our aquifer, which I haven't heard mentioned yet. And how I know it's downstream, and is that enough? I'd like some clarity on that. But perhaps there's a site that doesn't go through an aquifer through Squamish Canyon, adjacent to the university. These are all things I've brought up in previous meetings, and I think that this council's done a good job of expressing. But it goes right back to the foundational site selection. Now I know that we're later in the process and later in their timelines, but I find it really problematic given that these issues were raised the very first time any of this was considered. And here we are at what can only be described as the 11th hour, trying to affect change and being told that we're far too far down the road. I do think that a workforce lodge could be a good mitigation measure for the housing affordability and some of the public safety pieces, if the management of it is sufficient. And the details on that we've heard some comments around, gender-based violence and what could contribute to ensuring that doesn't happen. It all comes down to how it's managed. So I'm struggling with a land use decision that really comes down to the strength of the management plans. And I'm not seeing the level of detail that we'll need in the traffic, and there's just big holes here. There's so much work to be done. And from the legacy perspective, I appreciate Councillor Stoner's quick sketch of some math, and I don't disagree with that. At the SLRD a few weeks ago, we heard about a great BC Hydro project. It's a major infrastructure project happening in a much smaller place in Seaton. It's resulting in 50% of the workforce accommodation is being left behind as legacy. So the project is being leveraged to create affordable housing for 50% of the workforce there. And they're looking at work camp for the other 50%. Now, of all the things and opportunities that have slipped past us all during this, seeing a legacy proposal that is zero leaves me speechless, and anyone who spent any time in this room knows that doesn't happen that often. So I would like to see CAC, housing legacy, something, and I shouldn't have to go hunting for it. It should be front and center into not just potentially mitigating the impacts, the negative impacts to the community. That is not an amenity, and that is not a legacy. We expect that when companies come and do business in our community, they don't have a negative impact on our community, and they strengthen our community, and they contribute while they're here, whether that's a business that lasts generations or business that comes in to do a short-term project. That's the baseline. Previously, I've discussed the missing user groups in consultation. We've heard from members of our community around nations perhaps that were missed in the consultation process of this overall project. And I've also made comments around some of the traffic pieces. One of the things I wanted to highlight, though, that I didn't get there, just to get down to some nitty gritty, there was some mention of the Cherry Drive gate as another way in and another way through. And I think that we need to give particular attention to the use of that gate as an emergency, not as a traffic management piece. Because to get to the Cherry Drive gate, you have to go all the way through Valleycliff and through Ravens Plateau to get to that gate. That gate is emergency use only, and needs to stay that way. This isn't somewhere where we can just casually reroute all the Malcolm Forest Service Road traffic when it's convenient for the proponent to do some work on that road. That is not an acceptable piece of this equation at any point. Anyways, could probably speak for days, but Acting Mayor Pettingill's been generous with my 3 minutes, so thank you.
Thanks. Start with addressing a couple of my colleagues' comments. One of my colleagues mentioned that they're confident Fortis is listening and will address what they've heard. But I think Fortis was warned about many of these issues back when they were doing the engagement on their EAO application originally. They didn't listen then. There has been many discussions well before February. After February, Fortis has basically come back with some more detail on some of their environmental reports, but fundamentally that I can see very few changes to address any of the public concerns. And so I am incredibly skeptical that Fortis will listen and react. Hold open the idea that maybe I can be very surprised, but I'm not holding my breath. Mention was also made that some things may have slipped past us. I don't think anything has slipped past us. I think we've been very clear and the community's been very clear about what the expectations are. And Fortis has just chosen not to respond. They've come to us at the 11th hour with an awful, what I would say is an awful proposal and threatened essentially to do greater harm to our community if we don't accept this. And for me, that is not acceptable. And I don't think even when we are lacking some of the power we wish we had, giving into that sort of thing is not a good way to community success. For me, that's bullying. And when you give into a bully, you can only expect to be bullied more in my estimation. And so, yeah, that doesn't make me feel very good. I think, we have seen other projects and my colleague mentioned what's happening up in Seton. I think if Fortis, I was holding out maybe overly optimistically that Fortis might come today with some actually addressing some of the concerns that have been raised over years now. They haven't. We've seen examples where other communities have done that. It's possible. We can see that wood fiber, and I'm not going to suggest they've solved everything, but wood fiber is doing a fair bit more to address community concerns, and Fortis isn't even achieving that. And so from my perspective, Fortis needs to look at legacy housing. What does that look like? We have a worker shortage. We have a housing shortage. Give us some actual concrete solutions. If that means adjusting your timelines, if that means adjusting your budgets, so be it. That's what you need to do. We have serious concerns in our community and they need to address them if they want permits for things. And so with that said, I'm not sure how much value there is in nitpicking sort of, well, I don't know if it's quite nitpicking, but talking about details with this current TUP, but there's just no justification for that number of vehicles. They need to address the concerns around community safety and sexual violence. They have not done that. I want to understand the impacts on our tourism of all the clearing. They talk about clearing for fire protection, but then what does that do for all the recreation and tourism aspects of this area? I've raised concerns about the impacts and risks of the fuel and the sewage. The idea that this might be a staging ground for workers to launch their recreational snowmobiles and ATVs and store them there during the work week just makes it's almost like Fortis is trying to get a rise out of us. I'm not sure what the thinking is there. So yeah, we are in a climate crisis and they're proposing a new fossil fuel project completely contrary to what all the science says. And while we don't have authority at our level over the project as a whole to accept worker camps and other things that facilitate this, which seem to, as proposed, do a lot more harm than benefit, I just don't know what our justification or rationale to accept it is. I think we have to hold Fortis where we have some authority to say, look, at least you have to provide more community benefit or a reason to accept these things. And that's just not there. I think, there are opportunities. They've heard about the opportunities to do that and they haven't been willing to so far. And so if Fortis is listening and does want to address some of these things, then let's actually see you actually resolve some of the things. Look to what wood fiber is doing, look to what's happening in Seton, look to some of these other examples about ways you can actually try and meaningfully mitigate some of the challenges you're creating. Yeah, I'll leave it at there. Not seeing any other hands. Oh, Mayor Herford?
I was going to move the staff recommendation with the change as I did before to provide feedback as discussed at the meeting here today.
Okay, maybe before I ask for a seconder, can I clarify with staff if there's anything you want clarity on? No. Okay, is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hamilton seconds. Any further discussion, Mayor Herford?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. I did want to just comment on in the staff report. In other staff reports we see an OCP lens and a council strategic plan lens applied to the recommendation. We see that with the developments and so on, and I'd appreciate that going forward, and it may help us find if there is alignment with a future CAC piece or legacy piece or something. I can guess what that section would look like in its current state. So it didn't affect my decision here or my discussion today, but I think that would be an appropriate piece to include regardless of what that section says, as we do with other development proposals as they come forward. So thanks for all the work on this to our staff. I know sometimes it has to be a rough ride when you come in here and sort of have to answer for the proponent. So I really appreciate all that work that you do on a daily basis to be able to facilitate these discussions. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll just, before I call a question, reinforce that point that, it can't be a comfortable position for staff understanding the community sentiment around this project. And just to make it clear that staff is neither a proponent nor an opponent to any of these projects. They are collecting all the information that council asked for and providing it to us, and we post questions back. They transmit that to the proponent, and so they're sort of stuck in the middle. And so we appreciate you taking that on. It's especially in a contentious project like this, it's not an easy task. So thank you for doing that so well. With that, I will call the question. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So, yes, okay, can I have a motion to close? Mayor Herford, second by Councillor Stoner. Any discussion? None. All those in favor? Any opposed? No. Motion carries. Thank you. We are now moving to closed. We'll recess until 3:45.